Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back to the MMocracy. I have a good Thursday night plan for everybody. And yeah, definitely feeling like I need some more caffeine. Probably should have done a little bit of vocal warm-ups before I started this stream. But never mind that. We are here. And you can see here I'm at the Giant Fort in Warslik. And I'm sitting at level 29. About 50% of the way in. And I'll get progressively more well-spoken as I drink more of this energy drink here. So we need a sizable amount of caffeine to get going, especially on nights where I've taken a nap, and I definitely took a nap earlier. And I ate fast food. That's the problem right there. So out here in Warslik, I was trying to get the B3 camp, but B3 and B2 are like permanently camped. So here I am back at Giants. Giants isn't bad though. I was getting some level 34 spell components here last night, so I'll take it. I'll take it. Sorry, I'm actually my boss texts me. All right, let's go. Sorry about that. Real life things require real life attention, but we are back after it, so I'm going to intensify my death here. And actually, we need NParse before we can do anything. NParse tells us how long our spells last. Excuse me. And there is clearly some people out here killing, but it looks like we're still able to find some, excuse me, some mobs. Uh-oh. Not off to a great start here. Gotta resist on the snare. These guys seem to have a pretty high chance to resist, to be honest. One thing I don't like is when I'm kiting to up here, you guys can't really see the action, but it's really tough to, like, I have to kite to right here. And now he's resisted the fear. We're actually kind of in trouble here. It's to resist this fight. And there's a stun. If we don't get this fear off, we're in trouble. There we go. Luckily, the leech spell seems to do a pretty good job getting my my health back. And those dots, they tick for really good damage, so. One thing I'm not exactly thrilled about is there's somebody else out here. There's enough of us, or there's enough giants, though. We should be Should be fine. So right away, we got Words of the Suffering. What do those do? Looks like I've already opened up. That's for Invoke Shadow, which is the level 34. We are 2/3 of the way to the level 34 pet stream. That is crazy. In fact, we may actually have the words for the level 34 pet. That is nuts. Wow, that's a good way to start the night. So here I am going, oh, a bad way to start the night because of the spell resist. Now we're 2/3 the way to a level 34 pet, and we haven't even gotten one full level into this spell cycle. So levels 24 is the last level in which you get 4. What am I trying to say? Spells every 4 levels. So starting at 24, you go every 5 levels. So now level 29, then level 34 are the spell levels. So the point I'm trying to make is I'm level 29. I'm still using a level 20 pet because I never got my 24 pet. But I have 2 of 3 words that I need to research my level 34 pet. I think it's just weird how they set it up, to be honest. Something's got to be kind of off with the drop rates. Because normally they drop for the levels that they correspond with the mob you kill. So if you're killing a level 29 mob, they should theoretically be dropping words for a level 29 spell. This is not the case. If Forest Giant Evergreens are like level 27 and they're dropping level 34 words. And I just let Freudian slip there and said weird, and it is. It's very weird. I do not understand it. Cassantic is the name of my pet tonight. And we will affectionately call him Cass. So part of me is thinking maybe we just stay here and get as many words as we can. That's kind of the thought now. This is really not a bad place to be. The enemies have a little bit more health than I would like. But like I'm thinking even when we hit level 30, that was weird. Where did that group interface come from? Even when we hit level 30, these greenwoods should still be at least like high green conning, so they should still give experience. The evergreens will very much still give experience. And that's what we're going to pull here next. And for whatever reason, there really hasn't been that many people here, which is not what I would have expected. Okay. I'm still like kind of half asleep here. It's like it's Thursday, but it's actually, or it's Thursday, but for me it's a Friday. Kind of strange. Oh, I see the issue here. I don't have my Allure of Death on. Whoops. And we're going to pull up this nice spreadsheet that our friend Neutral Rockets gave to us. And that will help us. Oh, well, there. Speak of the devil. And so this spreadsheet is going to help us keep an eye on what all words we get. Neutral Rockets, how's your night going? Oh, it's day for you. How's your day going, my time traveling friend? We have my bags are such a mess. Oh my gosh. I don't even know what to make of it. Going great so far. The future is still bright. That's so good to hear. I'm looking forward to the future myself. Let's see. It's 7:20 in the PM here. I'm chugging this thing furiously, trying to get woken up. For some reason, I'm just kind of uh, having trouble stumbling over my words. So this guy looks like he's a little bit hesitant to solo out here. You're a mage, man. Go solo. There. The old magic window. It just like works and doesn't work when it wants to. Let's see. There's an evergreen down there. Somebody's killing him though. Yeah, I really wanted to get B3. I The guy who had B3 is gone. You know what? We stay here. I'm gonna make that call right now. B3 would be nice. We're gonna stay here. The reason why we're gonna stay here is words. Words, words, words. We have so many words that we need to get. I wish more people in the game knew what SSF meant. I get asked to group quite a bit. Then I have to explain it to folks, which is okay. It's not a common thing in this game. You probably see it more in definitely see it more in like action RPGs like Diablo. This is a good song. All right, we have good mana. I see a good greenwood here. Greenwoods have a little bit less of a chance to resist the spells. This guy said he's doing SSF with a bard. My girlfriend bought me Sonic tonight. She's a good girlfriend. She said, "Do you want to go eat?" I said, "Yes." And then we went to Sonic and she paid for it. And she bought me this energy drink. I don't know. I'm lucking out right now, guys. I'm winning. We'll see if I'm winning in a minute when the sphere spell wears off. I have totally lost track of where they're at. There's something very nostalgic about soloing in this spot for me. It's a great spot. I did quite a few levels here on my monk back in the day. Yeah, it is pretty chill. I think now that I've figured out where it's safe to fear at, like, really, bro? How come you're not running away? That was weird. Normally, don't they run at like 15%? Yeah, when I was a young lad out here, 2001, I was definitely soloing out here. I'm gonna pump my stream. Sometimes you gotta pimp your stream out, guys. But yeah, being out here like 2001, soloing up on this hill, feels like an eternity ago. Do I plan to head to down near? I kind of, I don't know. So I like the short answer is yes. The long answer is I'm not sure when. If uh if I had Hungry Earth, it would be like right now, probably. So then part of me is going, okay, do I hold off till 34? I'll have root. Shoot, he resisted. Let's see. We'll try one more fear. Oh my gosh, it's gonna fizzle too. He resisted again. We're gonna feign. I got interrupted. What is going on here? There we go. Whoops. Okay, we need to get another fear on him. Two fear resists in a row. That's great. So if I wait till 34 to get to down near, I'll have a root. I'll be able to charm a pet versus using a level 20 pet. That's kind of the other thing is like going into down near right now. This pet is not going to be able to tank for worth a damn because he's level 20. Tonight I'm hoping to do the six skull cap. Good luck, man. I'm gonna go ahead and pull that up. I want to take a look at that. There we go. Skyless Raven, welcome back. Leave a tab open. No worries, man. Necromancer, Skullcat. It's so good to see you guys. I love it. I'm so grateful to be able to do this and have folks like you that support me consistently. It definitely keeps me going even when, you look at it and you're like, man, I stream a lot and I've only gotten probably 20 followers since I started streaming. It's like about averaging 10 a month. But I will say they're quality followers. That's important. Quality over quantity. Okay, they want you to track down an item called the Korshaw Candlestick. Sarnak Revenants. Is that the one you got? Did you get the one off the Revenant? Those guys are tough. So you get one from the Revenant, and then a Halfling Swashbuckler? Oh, he's out in FV. What's going on with this music? This is a strange playlist because some of these songs are like what I'm looking for, and then other ones have swear words. Oh, the Iksar named Gripe. Gripe also gives the. I should finish that quest, the Guard Epic quest. There's like a low level newbie epic quest in Kunark. I don't know if you guys have seen that. What does the Revenant Skullcap? Int 4, mana 5. I could use that. There was one Pather and nearly died to it. Got the gem for the 7th. Is the 7th one in the game? Oh yeah, it is. It's the 8th one. Int 5, mana 10, dex 1, 5 magic resist. That's pretty nice. You have to go to down here to do that one. Yeah, casting mobs are. There's such a disparity in this game between a caster mob and and your standard melee mobs. It's kind of crazy, like how different fighting the two of them are. So this is the first time I've ran down here and there's not been something just like immediately available to pull. I hope this isn't a sign of what's to come. Goodness, this place is a ghost town. It's really hard for me. Yeah, so like whoever's killing down here is just absolutely murdering this place. He's a red con, so he's probably not even getting experience. It's hard for me as a solo self-on to be patient uh when my like areas are you find a good area to camp. And let's see if we can solo pull this guy. You find a good area to camp and they're okay, that's good news. He's solo pulled. And then you have to deal with other players who are but anyway. Just because as a solo player, it's tough. Like you get to the right spot and then you're like, okay, this is perfect, and then somebody else is like messing it up. Oh my gosh, this guy like whacked me good. But we will persevere. I guess that's just part of the challenge as well. The joy of playing a single player mode on a multiplayer game, I suppose. This level range has just been a little bit more taxing, I think, than normal. It's been getting harder to find decent spots to get experience. So you have to go to down here to get the 7th skull cap. That might be kind of tough. I'm actually going to flip back over to the wiki there because I'm curious. You get it from the Undead Blacksmith. He's 25 to 27. And he's spotted in the statue room. So you have to drop down. If I remember right, when you drop down, I think you drop down here or... oh no, it's right here, 7. So it looks like he's not far from where you drop down. Let's see, we'll pull up down there. Maybe we can formulate a little bit of a strategy here during our downtime. So I've been here, I've been to down there before, and if I remember right, there's like pathing enemies all through this area. This room here, if you hug the wall, is not terrible. You can kind of solo pull them, but there's not enough room to fear kite. Then all up in here, yep, there's some stairs that go up, and I do remember there being a lot of mobs up in here. Then you drop down here at number 4. And then 4 should drop down to pit down to area number 4 on level 2. So then you drop down into this pool. And then you can run directly across onto number 7. And that'll drop you here. One of the enemies that I need is right here, Crusader Room. And that is Coerced Revenant. Tattered Tomb Shroud is the robe that I was looking at getting. It has int 2, HP 30. And he's level 29 to 30, but he's a Necromancer. Which is kind of scary as well, because like Neutral Rockets said, caster enemies are nasty. Need the wand as well. Excuse me, I'm a little sniffly tonight. Kind of hoping this high level Necromancer down there moves on at some point, because he's just obliterating this place. But as long as I can still find things to kill, it's not a big deal. I'm gonna have to get in the habit of casting Intensify Death on my pet again. Need the wand as well, I think. What's the Wand of Pain? Huh. That's for a it's for a quest to get your undead healing spell. Your pet heal. Yeah, renew bones, yep. So what I'm thinking is I don't want to go into down there too early and not be able to handle it. So I'm wondering, do I go into maybe at 32 or 34? Just kind of depends. The zone modifier is probably really good in down there. And the enemies go from 25 all the way up to 29 on the first level at least. Some of them go up to 32. So it's kind of tough to say like, oh, should I just go in, right away here at 29? I don't know if that would work out very well. I could hang out here, get some words, and then go out to Sarnax again and try to get that dagger. Sarnax should give experience up to maybe 31, at least the lower level Sarnax. Shoot, I didn't cast Renew Bones on my pet again. Or not Renew Bones, Intensified Death. Oh, Fear wore off early. That's not good. Luckily, this Fear doesn't cost all that much mana. It only costs 40 mana. That's the saving grace here. He's feared right on top of me, so I'm going to need to re-fear him before it breaks. If I went at 34, I would have the level 30. I will most likely have the level 34 pet based on the rate at which I'm getting words in this camp. Let's see. And I'm at 60% to level 20 or 30, level 30. So that's great as well. Tomorrow morning I have an appointment to get my tires done. What a joy. $700, no big deal. That's definitely not a boom mic. I could buy a freaking great mic, but if I don't have tires on my car, I can't get to work. Oof, yeah, actually it's a good deal. They're doing like a buy two get two, so actually looking online real quick. Let me make sure it's actually a good deal. Yeah, it's not bad. Cuz they're going to do an alignment as well. Cuz like 4 of those, even the cheapest ones. Whoops. That was an accident, but enjoy looking at the wiki for a minute. Yeah, 4 of those would be like on the cheapest one I just found would still be like $740, so I'm getting an alignment out of it as well. The heat is really hard on tires where I'm at. Like the reason why I'm doing this is because my in the morning it's starting to get chilly here, and my low tire pressure light went off. So I was oh. We got a axe of the iron back. We need to get this. That sells for some money. Oh, I forgot. I still have yet to remember to buff my pet. I'm terrible. I got so excited. This axe of the iron back should sell for, I don't know, 30, 40 plat, I think. He's going to hit me with it. Oh, he missed. Nice. It's probably really heavy, though. Like, I wish I could give it to my pet, but I just don't have the money to let my pet hang on to that. I'm not encumbered, so that's good news. Okay, this is a good time for me to do a quick bio. I'll be right back. Okay, great. People are showing up here. I'm just overjoyed that more people are cramming into the giant fort. Especially when they look like they're grouping together. It'll be alright. Oh, this guy's got a hammer. We're definitely gonna have to sell after this. Oh man, I drank a 5-hour energy drink. These are like energy drink on crack. I'm gonna be up all night grinding, boys. He resisted my fear. He's gonna run. Yeah, I was gonna say he's gonna be running soon. We're definitely gonna be. Oh wait, that's no trade. It's no trade, but I bet we could give this to our pet. No, you can't because it's no trade. Oh wait, I did trade it to my pet. No trade, but you could trade it to your pet. That's I'm just gonna take it. I don't think he actually took it though. Okay, neutral. We're just gonna have to suffer through dealing with the other people here. I don't see any way around it. Hopefully everybody's having a good Thursday night or Thursday day if you're in the future, like our time traveling friend Neutral Rockets. It is the 9th of November. Season of Discovery for World of Warcraft comes out on the 30th. So I have 3 weeks from today to grind on EQ, and then we'll be kind of moving over to WoW for a little bit. But I haven't completely decided, like, do I go full bore on the WoW? Do I kind of mix and match? Right now I'm leaning more towards mix and match, like mix it up, every other night do EQ. And even part of me is like, just don't even do it. Just don't do WoW. But I mean, it's kind of one of those things where I don't want to miss out. What if it's really good? I don't want to find myself starting late on something if it actually is really good. Plus the fact that it's a level 25 level cap, I could get up to 25, start raiding, and then just like raid log at level 25, which is kind of cool actually. Be raid logging a weekend. I know that doesn't sound cool, but it works for me in the amount of time that I have. We'll buff up our pet here, and then we're gonna go. Yeah, this guy's already taken the spawn that I wanted to take. If I pull this guy, will he social? We're gonna find out. Oh, he did. He socialed. Okay, we can run back. We can split him. It's gonna kind of mess up the overall like flow of it, but ooh, he's getting his butt kicked. I need this greenwood to reset. Reset, reset. There we go. A little bit further. Try to get the curse on him. Got the curse on him. It's definitely ate into my mana doing it that way. If I'd have gotten fear resisted there, I would have been probably in trouble. Ooh, I'm gonna have to re-snare. Yeah, splitting is not ideal. But once again, fear not costing all that much mana is really saving me here. It's always good practice having to reset. Or split, I mean. Yeah, this guy's twinked, so he's gonna just chew up mobs. And then I have the Necro down there chewing up mobs, so I think the experience is gonna slow down, but hopefully it's only like an hour or so where I gotta deal with all these other people, and then ideally they all log off and go to bed. Yeah, he just grabbed another one just because he's twinked, so he can just go, go, go. It's all good. I've got the next 3 days off. I do have to do an assignment for my college. I'll be working on that tomorrow. But I was able to knock out all my forum posts. You have to do like 3 forum posts a week and then do your like discussion posts. I was able to knock out all those today, so all I have left is the assignment to do. Then I have to take an exam, but I'm just like, it's like 3% of my grade, so I'm just kind of like, ah. And I'm wondering if the exam results even count or if it's just the fact that you do the exam and you'll get like full credit. I think it's going to be that. I don't really care for the exam, so I'm probably just going to kind of, yeah, he's just like chain pulling these things. What a joy. I need to go somewhere that's got like nobody at it. I wonder if I could get the admins to transfer me to blue. That would be so cool. Like, hey, I'm sorry, I'm dumb. I didn't think this through. Run to the wall. If I was on blue, this would be like perfect. There'd be nobody out here. To beat a dead horse that you guys have all heard me say over and over. Maybe you can help me think of a new character to do solo self-found on blue. Ah, he bashed me. No, we don't need to fear him. I can't really think of any benefit to being on green for this. I guess the only benefit would be if I finished the challenge and wanted to raid. But even then, I think blue has a decent raid scene. It's just the leveling that's dead on blue. Blue's numbers are like like pretty bad though. Like when I look at it, I'm just like, oh, poor blue. I could only imagine if you actually started a new, fresh character or account on blue trying to get all the way up through the levels. You'd be permanently soloing. The prices are better on blue though. You can probably twink a character for half as much on blue that you could on green. Is solo self-found enforced by the game in any way? Nope, it is entirely up to me to just not break my own rules. There's no self-found mode. World of Warcraft Hardcore is actually adding a self-found mode, believe it or not. The only game that I know of off the top of my head that has an actual self-found mode that you can enable is Path of Exile. And I did that a few years ago, or last year, and that is hard. Solo self-found on Path of Exile is so hard. Because some of the items that you need to craft on Path of Exile could take like thousands of currency items. And farming those currency items is like ridiculous. Let's see, do we have anything to pull out here? We have nothing. We are... What is this? There's an evergreen. Let's see if we can get to him before that shaman shows up. We got him. Yeah, everything is entirely up to me to just make sure that I don't actually do anything that breaks my own rule set. On Path of Exile, it'll just enable it as a mode, and then you just can't join any other games with other players. And you can't trade at all. It like forces you not to trade. But you can trade amongst all your other characters on your account that are solo self-found. So I've thought about doing that, because I've done that on Diablo 2. So I've thought about doing like a solo self-found account, where basically I just... Goodness. Sorry. We're doing some new music. That was too much. Um, maybe I could go farm like twink gear on the Necro and then twink another character, but it's still considered self-found in a way because I found it. So I've considered doing that. That would add a little bit more depth to it. I did that on Diablo 2. I started a sorceress, got her all the way up to like level 80, found some stuff, made her a little bit better, and then used her to farm stuff to then give to my paladin. So at 50 or whenever you finish your challenge, you can decide to drop the solo self-founds. Yeah, I could just, I mean, theoretically, I could drop it today. Like, oh, there's an evergreen with an axe. But, oh, get you. He's taking it. Yeah, I could drop it whenever, but I'm still enjoying it. This is probably the least enjoyable part of the whole thing is, you know, if I was here by myself, I wouldn't have to fight for mobs, but Yeah, I want that axe. It sells for good money. It'd actually be good to give one to my pet too. Not after that brilliant YouTube channel intro video. I have to follow through. Yeah, thank you. I think I'm going to take some time to edit that into a YouTube short to try to get it out there a little bit more. It's going to be tough to cram all that into 60 seconds, but we can do it. We can figure it out. It just might be a little bit choppy. Yeah, I kind of like how the intro was a little bit intro, a little bit recap. Oh, here we go. And I'll go ahead and make another recap. Kind of just, it's playtime dependent. I'll have to figure out when is an appropriate time to make another recap. I'd been wanting to do that for a while. I actually wanted to do a recap at level 20. I could also do like a more or less like a voiced over recap where I actually just talk about what the challenge is like. I think I'll do that. Even though the intro video was, because the intro video is told more from the perspective of the character versus the perspective of me. So it would be cool to have something where I voice over and just talk about, okay, this is what it's like being a solo cell phone in this game. I should probably take the bug in here. I should probably take better notes. We're moving up on the level though. Look at that, almost 80%. So I published the intro video today. It only got like 3 views though. I was like, oh. I think you gotta kind of work through getting the algorithm to get a hold of you. Once it figures out you exist, it'll start pumping it out to more people. Just gotta stay true to the cause. I don't know why I felt like the experience here was slow last night. It's actually not that slow. It's about 20% per hour, maybe a little bit more. That's about the best you can really ask for in this game, I think. Unless you're grouping. Some of these places to group, it's insane how fast you level. If there's anybody on from my guild right now. Nope. I am the only solo cell phone guy on the green right now. I feel like my mana pool is getting better now that I'm leveling up a little bit. It will be good to start getting some int gear. The amount of mana that you get per point of int scales as you level. It's not a flat scale like on World of Warcraft where 1 stamina is 10 health or whatever. Get to the hill. Drop the dots. Yeah, I actually have a pretty busy weekend planned now that I think about it, between getting my tires done. Do higher level dots stack with the lower level ones? I don't think so. I think you have to stack different types of dots. So you have like the poison, the heat, or fire or whatever. Those don't stack. The leech. But I think if I was to cast like a lower level leech and then a higher level leech, it would say like a higher level, or excuse me, if I was trying to cast a higher level one first, then put the lower level one on, it would say something like your spell will not take effect. Kind of like if you try to give somebody a lower level buff when they have a higher level buff. I think it does the same thing. My bags are a mess. I wish there was a way to get weight reduction bags, but I don't think you can get weight reduction bags if you're Kunark only. I don't think I think you need like high quality bear pelts to make the weight reduction bags. Then obviously the Shraylock pack, which you can't get in Kunark. So if I ever start another solo self-found, I'll make them on blue, and I won't do Kunark only. As interesting as it's been, I think it removes more than it adds now that I've gotten further into this. Because there would have been so many opportunities to go farm different things like weight reduction bags, better gear, class quests like the Solusek row quest you were talking about last night. I definitely walled myself off from a lot of things by doing it this way. But what have I gained? I've gained a more intimate understanding of Kunark. I've definitely learned a lot about the expansion. There is one class that I think would make a good Kunark only, and it's Shaman. Shamans seem to have a good gear progression from what I saw. Farming and questing gears, yeah, it's definitely more interesting. Wholeheartedly agree. And that was kind of the experience that I was looking for. And I was thinking Kunark was holistic enough for me to have that experience authentically by doing Kunark only, but it's fortunately very top heavy for the gear. And so I guess what I gained was an understanding that uh, even though Kunark is an all up expansion and that you can level from 1 to 60 in it, uh, gear wise, it's definitely kind of lacking, especially for int casters. Shamans seem to do pretty good. Like there's a lot of different shaman gear that I was finding that could be farmed in both open world and dungeons. Um, your warriors, your shadow knights, your shamans all have the class quests that you can do. The class gear, like the shadow knight one, I did that on my shadow knight on blue. For the dread scale armor set, like those would be interesting to do. But for int casters, like the necromancer almost seems like kind of an afterthought, really. In all things considered, because you definitely don't have that like. There's no necro class gear quest chain like there is for warriors and shadow knights. then the gear that's like in the overworld is very few and far between. The gear is like really locked behind dungeons, and it's like a little bit in Dalnir and a little bit in Kesora, some like Temple of Droga, and then it just is like all in Chardok. So if I want to gear this guy at some point, I'll have to do Chardok, which may be like really hard. I've never solo dungeoned except for I guess Kerns on a Necromancer, so I don't know what that is gonna look like. But as I alluded to in my channel intro video, we're almost there. We're almost to the point where like solo dungeoning is gonna be the thing. Still waiting to see a new Lobby SK player. Oh, you're waiting. You're like looking forward to finding a brand new SK and be like, here, man, have this. Your life's hard enough. Anybody that rolls melee for their first character is super brave. This game is so like it favors casters so much. Like I think about all the different characters that can solo effectively, and they're basically all casters. When I made my top 5 beginner class video for YouTube, the only one that I put on that list that was not a caster was the enchanter, or sorry, the monk. Because monks are actually decently cheap to gear. At least to get like a baseline, like you have some okay gear. You can get a ton of that stuff in down there. I may actually hang on to that and like twink a monk if I do get a bunch of stuff in down there. I dare say I may need to run back and sell soon. I'm running out of slots just to put items in. I'm actually going to pull that up. I'm going to look at weight reduction bags. Let's see if I just type bag into wiki, what will happen? Maybe is there a weight reduction bag article? Hmm. So here's a Shralock pack. Drops on high pass and Kith. That one's it's a 25% weight reduction. Those are nice. Now if I go to the tailoring portion of the wiki, and you go down to bags, you can see there's quivers, which are for arrows. You can make a tailored. Hold up. Can you get low quality cat skins in Kunark? Oh, you can. That's only a medium sized bag. But I could make medium belt pouches. Okay. There's something. It's only 10%. I think what I was looking at was the handmade backpacks. You can't get bear skins in Kunark. None of these are like Kunark zones. Handmade backpack. Oh yeah, that takes a bear skin. So I guess I could get the I could make a tailored large belt pouch. requires a silk cord and a low quality cap pelt. Alright, so what we're going to do is next time we see cats, we're going to kill some cats. You can get those in Lake of Ill-Omen. That might be nice for just bone chips. Uh-oh, he resisted my fear. We're gonna feign. He resisted another fear. My pet is getting pretty beat up. If he resists this fear, we're really in trouble. There we go. It's funny because that shaman meds up here until I pull up here and then he like moves away. But if I fear from this spot right here, it seems to go to not aggro anything. Oh wait, we can finish him off. Perfect. That took some real damage there. And let's see. I'm always constantly having to micromanage the amount of coin that I have on me. But I guess that's good news. I can make at least a 10% weight reduction bag. What I don't know is, like, what is the biggest thing that you can put into a medium bag? That part's kind of foreign. Not really foreign to me. I understand the concept, but I think a medium I could probably fit at least the bone chips. Those are definitely not too big. So I would get a 10% weight reduction on my bone chips, and they are a 0.1, so that would be 2 pounds per stack. 10% of that would be 0.2, and 6 slots would be, I would save like a pound. So it's nothing crazy, but I guess every little bit helps. Those 25%, man, that would be nice. Those Shralik packs. I feel like the only way I would ever get those here is if somebody vendored them. But I don't think anybody's gonna like go to Cabalus and vendor a Shralik pack. That just seems like it's probably never happened in the history of Everquest, I would hope. And then yeah, they are constantly farmed. Even on blue they're farmed. Because I have, when I was making footage for a YouTube video, that was the only place that I found players grouping at like level 20. Because I needed footage of group content. And there was people farming the Shralik pack. It was like Unrest and Highhold was the only places. Crushbone was empty. Like everywhere was empty, and I was just like, man, blue is just struggling. Let's see, we got an evergreen over here. Oh, I interrupted my own spell. I hate it when I do that. Ah, shoot. I'm actually really glad he ran this way and not directly behind him, like he just turned around and did. Oh my gosh, how many times am I gonna fizzle? Yeah, he's gonna get dangerously close to down there. Okay, we pull him back. All the way back. Pretty low on mana, but we should be good. If he resists, though, we could be in trouble. We should only need to do one more fear. I'm actually going to chain fear him because... he beat on my pet. My pet's at like 20% life. We'll drop a nice Healy heal on old Cass here, Cassantic. Wonder how much these Star Rose quartz are worth. Those I've got several of those. So it's looking like 34 is going to be a big level for me if I'm able to get these last set of words here. Which, thanks for the spreadsheet, by the way, Neutral. Looks like the words that I need are... where are they? Words of dark paths, haunting, and suffering, and I have at least 2 of those, and I may have... Let's see, I've got dark paths and suffering. I may have words of haunting in my bank. So we may already have our level 34 pet ready for research. And it requires 122 research. This is the kicker here. I'm at 45 research, and I think it already costs 3 gold per point. So probably in like 5 points, it's going to be costing 1 plat per point. Like it could already be like upwards of 500 plat just to train my research up to that level. Which is why I'm hoarding plat. That's why I didn't go buy that 200 plat Sarnak ceremonial dagger, because I'd rather have the research skill than the 5 int. But I do appreciate the tip. That was a good tip. And I need to pay more attention to what's actually on the vendors versus just looking for words. Normally I go to a vendor, I scroll all the way down, I find the words, you slimy. He took the guy with the axe. Anyway, I check every time I log in. Nice. Well, if you see words of allure, I'll type it out. Words of materials, let me know. Those would be nice to get. Or another one that I need is words of discernment. Vendors reset yesterday. I went around and found some new words I haven't seen before. Nice. Yeah, I was wondering when they would reset, because I've been seeing the same words for weeks. I should check those tonight before I go to bed. Because, yeah, the discernment I need for Shadow Sight. Allure I need for the level 24 pet. That would be nice to have just for the next 5 levels. And then the words of materials for the Hungry Earth spell. If I had Hungry Earth, I would potentially start Undead, or go to down near, I mean. But I don't think that first level of down near, I don't think those are undead on that first level. They're all like enslaved, charmed mobs. So an undead spell shouldn't work on them. Yeah, these guys got so much easier at level 29. It's crazy how much easier they got. Those dots are so good now. They would, yeah, you're right. They would melt the Sarnax. I feel like if I even had the level 24 pet, I wouldn't even have to fear on those Sarnax. But the level 20 pet's not going to be able to stand up to the abuse. Unless I go grab, like, what I could do, this is something interesting I may try, is go grab, like, one of those Warbone skeletons and charm him. And then fight him against the Sarnax. I remember farming these guys so much on my monk back in 2001. I think I had 2 forest loops. And the forest loops are like a 1% drop rate or something like that. Let's see. Forest Giant Greenwood. Forest Loop 0.4%. And I remember having found a couple of them. Actually a decent little piece of gear for a monk. 3 dex, 3 whiz, 3 agility. Good for a shaman too, and that's what I'm talking about there is like shamans, there's so much stuff shamans can farm in the open world versus necromancers. Everything for the necromancer is locked in the dungeons. Thebes Fist of Fury. This guy is like, wonder what he's doing. Is he gonna make it even harder for me to solo out here? He's out here looking for forest loops, isn't he? I used to love my Iksar monk, man. I had so much fun playing him. I can't remember who recommended monk to me. Somebody was like, try a monk. And I was kind of hesitant because I think I was playing like a druid or something. And then a friend of mine had a level 50 druid and he power leveled me to level 20 to kind of get me through like the early levels. And I just absolutely fell in love with the monk and pretty much stuck with him for the rest of the time that I played EQ until I quit and moved on. And I didn't really play MMOs for a handful of years. Have I played every class? Kind of a tough one to answer. Have I made a character of every class? Yes. Have I gotten probably every class to level 10? Yes. Have I gotten every class past level 10? No. The highest level character I've ever gotten on EQ is my enchanter. He's level 48. The next highest would probably be my Shadow Knight on blue is level 36. And I did that whenever they had the experience penalty. That was rough. If they didn't have the experience penalty, that Shadow Knight would have been level 50 easily. Because I was an Iksar Shadow Knight. That's a minus 70%, I think, experience penalty. Let's see. I think I got a mage to like level 34. My monk was around level 34 in classic. And everything else kind of somewhere between 10 to 30. I have gotten a cleric to level 65, the max level on Agnar, the Plains of Power progression server. Had a level 12 wizard back in 99. One thing I thought was really cool about back in the day was even like level 12 was like, cool, I'm level 12. Like it was cool to just get to level 12. I remember always thinking like around 12 is when the game like opens up and you feel like you can go to a lot more places. And that's kind of crazy to think. Yeah, you feel so powerful. You're like, I'm level 12, man. Like I remember getting a mage to level, yeah, like 12 or 15 and being like, I can go to the western plains of Karana, like look at me, you know. And now it's funny to think cuz it's not even that high up. But if you look at the amount of time I spent on this guy already, this Necromancer, I've probably put enough time into him that if I was playing like WoW Classic, he would be like a level 60 character and already starting the end game. This game just takes that much longer, especially solo. One day maybe I'll go back to my enchanter and finish him up. Higher highs and lower lows. Yeah, this game is a roller coaster. It definitely is all about the journey. But that's what makes it such a great game. Like I don't know if you were in here last night. I was talking about how like you could level the entire game without realizing there is an end game because the game itself just is so good. I suppose WoW is a little bit like that too. I know I hit like max level on WoW and didn't realize that like how the gearing progression worked until I got to level 60. Then I was like, "Oh, that's so cool. Like you got to go through dungeons and then you go through raids and it's kind of similar on here too." WoW starts at level 60. Yeah, exactly. But the first time you do it, it doesn't. The first time you do it, you're just kind of like, "Oh, cool. What's over here? Oh, look at me. I'm level 45." But this game has that aspect a lot better nailed down than WoW does. Like you really feel more powerful each level that you get on this game. Speaking of level, I'm almost level 30. If I get another axe or tradable weapon, that sword is worth a lot too. I'll have to go back and sell. WoW is definitely tuned for the end game a lot more than this is. Like some characters don't feel complete until level 60, and then some characters on WoW don't even feel like WoW Classic don't even feel complete at level 60. Case in point being the shaman. I got a shaman to level 60 on Turtle WoW, and I was like, this is it? Like, really? Like, I think my rotation was like 2 spells, and they have no utility whatsoever. Like, no crowd control. Trying to solo on the shaman was like painful. Meanwhile, my hunter is over there soloing like elite mobs and boss mobs. That's why I think like Season of Discovery, it's really cool what they're doing, but it's like kind of unnecessary. Like all they had to do was just fix a few things about WoW Classic and then add like a new dungeon and a new raid tier, and I'd have been like, oh, that's awesome. But we're gonna keep an open mind and we're gonna give it a shot. You only played Warlock on WoW. They're very yeah, those are OP. Warlocks were really good. And if that was that in Vanilla WoW, like the very first era, even if it wasn't, like they were super OP in BC. I don't remember how they were in Wrath, if they got nerfed or not. Yeah, Burning Crusade, that was like the era of the lock. They were so good in that time. Locks were at the top of the meters. And PvP too. They were absolute beasts in PvP. All the plus HP gear. That was kind of back when you could use PvP gear in raiding too, so you could go get that high level PvP gear and be an absolute monster in raiding too. That was one thing I actually liked about WoW was how you could like some of the best PvP pieces were raid pieces. That game throws so much gear at you, basically it was meaningless unless you get it. There's definitely like a delineation of like the best in slots. Best in slot gear means a lot more on that game. Because you're right, like there's a lot of gear that has stats, but some of it is just wickedly overpowered. And the itemization was so funky in that game in the first like couple expansions to where you had warriors, DPS warriors were wearing like leather because they had crit rating and all that. Uh, DPS paladins too, like wearing leather. Yeah, an EQ +1 int. Yeah, in EQ, if you get anything that has +1 anything, you're like, ooh, look at this. This has a stat on it. Yeah, I've been playing this character for 100 hours, and I've got 3 items with stats on it. Still don't have shoulder armor. What am I doing? You could be like level 40 rocking like the newbie armor that you found in the freaking newbie zone, like off a skeleton. Or you go buy banded because it's super cheap. Like 100 plat for a full suit of banded, and you wear banded until you're like max level. Maybe not quite max level, but yeah, you end up wearing banded for a long time if you're broke. And then it's funny because in EQ, like some of that raid gear is nuts. Like I was looking at like a fully raid geared warrior, and like tons of those pieces have like buffs on them, like self worn effects. So you put the armor on and then you get a buff. Kind of reminds me of like Morrowind. This game is very like Dungeons and Dragons. I love that they stuck with the Dungeons and Dragons kind of uh not just the theme, but the actual itemization. There's a lot of items in D&D like that. Do not need this carrot. Uh-oh, he resisted. Yeah, that's what I love about this game too. Yeah, well, I can't say I've never played D&D, but I have like hardly played D&D. I think I played it like once at a friend's house when I was like 16. And I highly doubt we were playing it like correctly. Really into those choose your own adventure books. Yeah, those were so cool. First intro to fantasy. So I really think I'm like not obsessed, but I really like fantasy because when I was like 4 or 5 years old, my dad would take me to his work. He worked on an army base and he worked on computers. And this was back before everything was on networks and highly controlled. And they had a game on um, their computers at work, which I'm sure they weren't allowed to have, right? It's the army. Um, Called King's Bounty. And we have some med time, so I'm going to pull it up and show you. It was a 286 game, if I remember right. Okay, this is the newer. There's like newer version. Here it is. Commodore 64. It was on DOS as well, but I'll pull up the Commodore 64 screenshots. Yeah, look at that. Oh my gosh. New World Computing, that's the guys who made Might and Magic, Heroes of Might and Magic. Yeah, you can see kind of what the King's Bounty was like. You were like this little knight and you would go around the world and recruit your army, and then you had 900 days to, or 1,000 days, whatever it was, to save the kingdom. And I can't remember how you won. Here's the battle. If you look at it, it looks just like Heroes of Might and Magic. If you've ever played that, each enemy gets a turn, you get a turn. Anyway, when I was like 4 years old, my dad let me play that game, and I think that kind of kicked off my fantasy, my love of fantasy. Fighting Fantasy was the series, had heaps of them. Steve Jackson and Ian Livingstone. I think the Ian Livingstone, that sounds familiar. I feel like I've heard that before. Maybe he's written some other stuff. Yeah, I love the choose your own adventure books. I just had a really weird memory. I remember being a kid and I was reading a choose your own adventure book in the library of the town that I grew up in. And the town that I grew up in is like really old. It was a mining town where there's like a big mine that's like deep underneath the town. It goes all the way down to like 8,000 feet. Um, when I was a kid, you'd be like laying in bed and you'd hear like, and it was a blast somewhere like thousands of feet below you. They just had blown up a new tunnel or whatever. But I was reading this Choose Your Own Adventure book, and my friend and his brother were there at the library as well. And we were down in like the basement. The lower level was like the kids' library. It was really cool, actually, now that I think about it. And I looked over at my friend's brother, and he was reading a book as well. And I saw for a very brief moment an old man in like a plaid shirt and denim blue jeans. I still remember this. It's very vivid in my mind. Looking down over his over the kid's shoulder, not in like a like scary way, just like he's just like watching this little boy read. And that town, I swear, that town was like there was something going on there. It was haunted. And occasionally, I would be in that library alone, down in that lower level, and it was a little bit scary down there. I wrote my own choose your own adventure book in 5th grade, and the teacher couldn't wrap her head around what they meant. She'd never heard of a choose your own adventure. The adventure was about a black dragon kidnapping the main guy's girlfriend. That's cool that you were creative like that at such a young age. I was really creative like that too. I'll tell a story here when I get to my med time, because I can totally relate. Uh-oh, he just resisted the fear, but I can just move away from him. He should be running. Oh, he got me. Did you have an ending scenario where the dragon like ate the girlfriend? Yeah, she's like, this is not a real type of book, so of course I brought one to her and I demand an apology. I'm sure that went over well. If she was a good teacher, she would have apologized. Neutral Rocket says, I got in trouble in primary school by drawing a vampire with teeth covered in blood. Yep. Teacher called my parents all concerned. That happened to me too. I was at a daycare and I drew like a war scene. Uh, Go figure. It was airplanes shooting each other and people parachuting. And now here I am in the Air Force like 30 years later, right? But at daycare, they saw that and they were like, we need to talk to you. And they called my parents and were like, look at this. This is so violent. It's like, what? Yeah, there was an Eaton ending. She sleeps with a what? At fifth, yeah, I would be like, that's a little bit weird. Here I am 30 years later, going out at night and biting people. Nice. Even back then, I hated bards. Bards. Get out of here, bard. Um, when I was a kid, I had the game MechWarrior 2 for PC, and I had no idea that MechWarrior 2 was based on a board game called BattleTech. And in the back of the MechWarrior 2 manual, it had all of the stats for all the mechs as if it was a board game. And so I actually took all those stats, turned them into character sheets, put them in a binder, then used a ruler and made little like playboards with like made little grid maps and then drew like trees and water and hills, and I actually reverse engineered the MechWarrior 2 game manual. It was a PC game into a board game, not realizing that it was like meant to be a board game initially. And I would take it to the playground and I would play it with my friends. I bought a bunch of dice. I didn't for a while I didn't have the D&D dice, like the 12-sided, the 20-sided. I had to just buy like a ton of 6-sided dice cuz they sold them at the gas station that was right across the street from my house. So there was a point where I was buying like dice up from the gas station and dang it, he line of sighted me. Was playing them all with 6-sided dice, and then my parents took me to the bookstore, which was, like I said, the town I grew up in was so small. The bookstore was like 50 miles away. They took me to the bookstore, and they sold like D&D dice there. And I convinced my parents to buy me a set, and they came in this like cool little pouch. Oh, my fear wore off like instantly. I convinced my parents to buy it. It came in this like cool velvet pouch, kind of like a Crown Royal pouch, but smaller. And I thought that was so cool. And then now I had like all the dice that I needed for my board game. And I ended up going on to make like 2 or 3 other board games. I was such a nerd. Ooh, we're almost level 30. I was such a nerd. I am a nerd. I'm a nerd who works out a lot. Oh, it wasn't a sexual sleeping with a dragon. I get it. Okay. At first I was like, yeesh. That's a bit much for a 12-year-old, even though, yeah, some 12-year-olds, that's kind of. I don't want to drive the discussion that way, but yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah, I made like a whole fantasy world for my friends that was like, I called it Gworks. I can't believe I'm telling this story on stream. This is going to be forever on the internet, so here we go. It was about like a fantasy world of like anthropomorphic penguins, and each of my friends was like a different character class, and we would like bring the dice out to the playground and like act out fights and like roll the dice and then be like, and there was like 3 or 4 of us, so it, like every recess period, which this was back when kids got recess. Like I feel so bad for my kids now. They get like 10 minutes a day. It's stupid. We used to get like a morning and afternoon that were 15 minutes and then a 30-minute recess at lunch. And we would play our like fantasy uh campaign out there on the playground. And I remember a friend of mine like was playing with us, and he made some like comment about how they should use their like magic to, I don't know, do something that wasn't really like what we were doing. And one of my other friends was like, "Dude, that's like Disney magic. We're not. This isn't a Disney game. Cast a fireball or whatever." Like, totally berated the kid because he was like, "I know we can, like, use our magic to fly." Get out of here with that fairy bullcrap. funny some of the memories that are stuck up in your head. Like I probably haven't thought about that memory in 25 years. There it is. It came up. The reason I remember it was because I still have the story and found it a few weeks ago, and the cringe I felt. Oh, that's not cringe. It's like it's cool to see like how creative we were as kids, you know. I like seeing stuff like that. Like I have a box of old stuff, and I found like a little flip book that I made when I was in like probably third or fourth grade, and it was kind of neat. You know, you flip through it, and it was like a little like planet, and then the alien spaceship comes flying in, and it's about to blow it up, and it's like charging up a laser, and then it like instead of a laser, a little like flag comes out that says boom, and then it's like haha gotcha, and the alien flies away. It's crazy how very little of that stuff survives as you move. You're like older, you move from town to town, place to place, to the point where I've got like two artifacts from when I was a kid. I remember many sheets of paper with puzzles drawn, inspired by side scrollers. Nice. Yeah, I would like set up my army men in like these different positions around my room and then roll dice to see like who shot who or whatever. And then like my aunt got me into Final Fantasy when I was like 10 or 11, and that was just like a whole new world for me. Because up to that point, I don't think I'd ever played like a role playing game. Because you know most games that you had on a console back in the day weren't usually role playing games if you were a kid. I think I might have interrupted my spell here. Nope, I got it. Trying to think. I think I played Chrono Trigger before I played Final Fantasy. And then played a lot of like console RPGs, any console RPG I could get my hands on. I always remember being disappointed whenever I would rent a game that looked like it was supposed to be an RPG, but then you get it home and you'd boot it up and it'd be like a stupid side-scrolling like fantasy game, and you're like, this isn't an RPG. This is stupid. I wanted turn-based battles. Like, what kind of kid wants that? I guess I did. When I was a kid, I played Zelda Ocarina of Time. Nice. I had Zelda Link to the Past. Great game. I love that game. I've never played through Ocarina of Time. I've only made it to like I don't even know. I think that because Zelda gets older in that game, right? Or not Zelda, sorry. Committed the cardinal sin called Link Zelda. Link gets older in that game, if I remember right. And I've never made it past like the Kid Link phase. Oh, my bags are almost full, but I'm almost level 30. That's good. And yeah, I had played a lot of Chrono Trigger, Final Fantasy. Breath of Fire was another one that came out around that time. I remember crying because my grandparents threw out the N64 because they thought it didn't work. Oh no. I remember trying to get my grandma. I love my grandma. I miss her so much every day. But me and my friend tried to get her to hook up his regular Nintendo, and she just for the life of her couldn't figure it out. Bless her heart. And, I mean, she was born in like the 30s, so like that stuff was kind of foreign to her. And it's not like now where like people that were born in 2000 are going to be able to figure out how to do stuff when they're 80 years old because they just grew up with technology. I mean, she was born in the 30s. Like technology didn't happen until she was like 40 years old, and even then it was still like nothing what it was by the time it was, the 90s. Yeah, I was always a fantasy game kid growing up. I did like Street Fighter though. Street Fighter was another one of my favorites. Never really got into racing games. Never got into like oh, I loved Metroid. I had Super Metroid on the Super Nintendo. That was the first game I ever beat from beginning to end. Played all the way through Super Metroid. So like a perfect first game to beat as a kid because it's really not that long of a game. Like you could probably beat that game in 8 hours. I mean, some people beat it in like 30 minutes, but those are speedrunners. Ask a 2000 kid to dial a rotary phone, yeah, or like actually that's true. Like I'm gonna say something potentially controversial. I feel like millennials are gonna be the most tech savvy generation because we grew up with technology, but before technology was accessible. So like it's nothing for me to sit here for like 4 hours trying to figure out how to get a 30-year-old video game to run on my computer and eventually figure it out. Like I'll use an example. I got there's a program called DOSBox that lets you run old DOS games. Well, I got a hold of a copy of Windows 3.1, installed it in DOSBox, then went and downloaded the TCP/IP drivers, which allowed it to connect to the internet, installed those, downloaded Netscape Navigator, which was like the OG Internet Explorer, OG Google Chrome web browser before any of those existed, and actually looked up a list of websites that you can still use that still run on like the old HTML, and I had it connect to like Bob Dole's campaign site was still up. Bob Dole ran for president in 1994. I don't know you don't use social media, but I would say your statement about being tech savvy is not true on the grounds of what? Because I guess what I'm trying to say is like my generation grew up with technology, but we grew up with technology that you had to actually know how to use versus somebody programming it in a way that it's like, hey, level 30, programming it in a way that it's already like ready to go out of the box, if that makes sense. Like we were like building computers, and nowadays, like with cell phones, like a lot of the younger folks don't even really buy like desktop computers. Some of them do. I'm not saying none of them do, but they're like, I've got this. Like, why would I need a desktop? Telling you, I know what you mean, and I'm telling you, looking on social media with eyes. Social media with eyes. I guess I don't understand what you mean. Yeah, I'm definitely not really up on the social media. I do Reddit, and I have Discord, which is not really social media per se. Be feared. Yeah, for us it was like stuff didn't really just come like working. Like I remember installing games on DOS in the 90s, and you actually had to tell it like how to use the sound card. If you didn't set up the sound, it took like manual manipulation of it to get it to play sound. Or I remember playing SimCity 2000, and you had to tell it to load the mouse drivers, or else you didn't have a mouse. But you had to do that outside of the game. The eyes are the things in your head. Okay, I get that. I just don't know what you mean by that. I see a lot of kids and some adults being stupider than a generation that went to a library for a book. Let's see. Words of Purification. That's a new one. Let's see. That is for Renew Bones. I may actually be able to make that spell. I think I have all the words for that now. Yeah, it's just different now. It's like I mean, I'm sure the kids they're good at what they do. Things are just a lot more accessible. It's a lot easier to get an app, and it does things. Technology does a lot for you, but the average user like doesn't have to do as much with the technology to get it to work. Yeah, send it my way. I'll take a look. I'm genuinely curious what you mean. Let's see. I'm already like moving the bar up a little bit. At some point, I'm gonna have to go back and vendor. This has actually been a good spot. I've gotten a lot of good research words. And I think that last ding got me another 30 or 40 mana. It doesn't seem like a lot in the grand scheme of things, but it's pretty good. Also, that's a pretty good thing to see. Level 30. We've advanced into the triple, not triple digits. What's the right word? We're in the 30s. I'm honestly surprised I've made it this far. If you've got a fiat and don't know, oh, a flat, and don't know how to change it, what would your first thought be? I would Google it. I would get my phone out. I wouldn't go to the library because I don't have a car to get to the library. I YouTube stuff all the time. I'm like, how does this work? What am I supposed to do? And there's always like a YouTube video out there that's like, here's how you do this. And there you would have your answer because I saw a video their first thought was jumper cables. My my caveat to that would be people are going to post stuff like that to get a response because that's unfortunately how these social media sites keep users engaged. They want you to go in the oh my gosh, 4 fizzles in a row on that fear. Or 3 maybe, whatever. They want you to go in the comment section and go, "You idiots, you can't jump this." Because then that's user engagement, that drives ad revenue. Uh, you're incentivized. Social media incentivizes outrage. I understand that and trying to be nice, but still missing my point. Okay, yeah. Like, I'm not saying nobody's ever thought to hook jumper cables to a tire, but I feel like a video like that it might be rage baiting, would be the term. Like they want somebody to be like, these kids are so dumb, because then that helps their viewer count and all that. Hmm. These are really good. Or whatever, kids, people. These people are so dumb. People my age. Yeah. I think the demographic isn't necessarily the point though. I think the point is that people they try to get a reaction out of people. That's just my thought. And that's part of the reason why people are so easily outraged. These I feel like they're like conditioned now to go make a social media post or go make a comment on something. Because for every person that made a video of them jumping a tire, there's probably a couple million that have been like, "How do I change this tire?" Jumping a tire. Oh, Mr. Best Friend pushing his way up to 31. It's been decently quiet out here. I think that shaman moved on. There's actually a couple high levels in the zone. There's a level 53 monk, a 53 enchanter, and a 60 warlock out here. Wonder what they're doing. What would bring these high level people to the Warslik's woods? It's hard to explain my point because you don't do any social media. Yeah, there's definitely a reason for that. That's actually part of the reason why I got rid of social media because I couldn't I didn't have it in me to like at the time to like scroll past something like that and not say something. Like I would have been one of those million commenters that are like these people are so dumb. Like I didn't have the ability to recognize that I was basically being manipulated. And on like Facebook, I like if somebody posted misinformation and it didn't really matter whether it was like, political or whatever, like I couldn't not say something. Social media is a treasure trove for bad actors, yeah. I couldn't like go past a post and not like turn it into an argument. I'll use an example, and this is me trying to be as apolitical as possible. But we had a president say that we didn't go to the moon because of private industry. And I had a social media friend who was like, "Yep, see, look at what the government accomplished. Industry didn't do that. The government did that." And I'm not a big anti like government guy, but that's misinformation because and I was trying to tell that to this person. I was like, "Look, private industry and government work together. The government doesn't have a spaceship factory. Like there's not a government spaceship factory out there where the government creates its own spaceships. The government puts a contract out there for nuts and bolts and sheet metal and fuel, and then the private industry comes in and they bid on those contracts, and together they build a spaceship." And this person on social media like could not wrap their head around it, and it turned into like a 2 hour argument. And I, like I said, I wasn't smart enough to recognize like, okay, this person clearly doesn't get it, and I'm just like, I'm done. And so that right there is why I was like, I got rid of it. Now I have the ability to just move past that stuff without saying anything, but at the time it was like a significant source of stress because I felt like I was like obligated to right the wrongs of the internet, which is like such a bad habit to have, really. But it's funny because it kind of works me up even to this day thinking about it because it's like, no, that's not how it works. Like the government doesn't build its own stuff; it buys it. It would be insanely expensive if the government made its own everything. Even more expensive than it already is. It's ridiculously expensive. Government contracting, I could get onto a whole huge like that's a rage-inducing subject for me. The amount of money we pay for stuff is just insane. I hear my girlfriend singing. I think she's making a TikTok. Neutral rockets. While you were gone, I think I got the words that I need for the Renew Bones quest. So I may not actually have to do that quest. I'll just have to spend like 200 platinum here on the research training that I need. Yeah, it's where is it? Words of purification. Hmm. Still don't have a single one of those. The RNG with the words is so strong. It's very difficult to find all the words you need. I'll end up with like 4 of one type of word and none of the other. I would love to have the level 24 pet at this point. I feel like even with the 24 pet, I could go into down there, but the level 20, I don't even want to risk it. He's just not durable enough. I wonder how high I can go here at the giant fort. I feel like I'm gonna end up going until I get the level 34 pet components, which I'm only one set of words away. Actually, I need to look. I may actually have those words in my bank. He's gonna stomp on me. And it's funny because you would think this would be a more difficult fear kiting spot than it is, but with the system that I've worked out, this is actually really chill. Super chill spot. We need to get one of those woven grass tunics. That's what we need. Those 50 plat straw shirts that these giants are wearing right here. You can see. It's really weird. Has anybody noticed that all of these giants are male? Like, how are they reproducing? What are they doing? Are they asexual giants? Or do they just all look male but some are actually female? That actually reminds me of an old DOS game called Baldies. And they actually in the game's lore, it's a game about all these like little like chunky bald men and they you like it was a god game kind of like Populous or Black and White where you couldn't directly control what they did. It wasn't an RTS. You had to like kind of drop them next to each other and they would fight. Yeah, and in Baldi's lore, it said they were all hermaphrodites or like reproduced asexually. I was like, that's so weird for a game to even mention that. I used to love that game when I was a kid. Baldi's. I watched a whole like 2 hour documentary on the history of God games, like Peter Molyneux, Populous. That was a genre that kind of came and went with the 90s. Dungeon, was it Dungeon? Shoot, I can't remember the name of the game now. There was the game where you could like make your own dungeon and you had all these monsters in it and you had to defend the dungeon against the heroes. I never got into it. I have it. I think I got it for free from like Ubisoft or something. Keep thinking Dungeon Master. Maybe that's the name of it. I'm gonna Google it. It's gonna drive me crazy. Dungeon Master was a like a DOS RPG. What was it called? Dungeon Keeper. There we go. I guess it was like really popular, and there was like a Kickstarter to make kind of like a sequel to it, and people have carried on like making more sequels, but obviously the original developers they've come and gone. I've got to be like full. Yeah, my inventory is full. Okay, we are going to I can leave my pet here, and I can actually gate back to the gates of Cabalus. And there's vendors outside of the gates of Cabalus. I can't believe I'm level 30, guys. It's good progress. Let's see. I think the vendor's in here. One thing I'm really glad I figured out early on is how to set the CPU affinity so the game actually runs good. I had tried so many things to fix the frame rate. Grats, thank you. Because in Warsliks, all those trees would make my computer lag out, and I'm like, why is this happening? This game is ancient. This shouldn't be a thing. On a side, most cars don't come with spare tires. Yeah, I've noticed that. Ooh, oh, they're 9 gold. I thought that said 9 plat. I was getting so excited. I was like, I've got 5 of these and they're 9 plat. They're 9 gold. Axe of the Ironback's only 11 plat. Jeez. Thought I was going to have more money. Words of the Suffering, Dark Pass, Motion, Quivering, Cosmic Tool. We're going to keep all those. Lapis Lazuli we can get rid of. So they drop gem. Whoa. Whoa. Okay. That's crazy. Thank thank goodness Trooper Jep was. Oh, he ran back. That's so funny. I'm really glad that Trooper Jipwiz was here to save me. I heard the stomping and I was like, that's really weird. There's something stomping around this close to the Cabalus, but I didn't think much of it. Well, now that I've had a mini heart attack, my pet just didn't want to leave me, guys. He's a very devoted pet. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and say it. The vendor trash of the Giants is junk. I would have made twice as much at Sarnak for it. Even my SUV comes with a flimsy. Oh yeah, you get the donut or whatever. He missed me. Yeah, he was like, wait a minute. He teleported away. Grandparents bought a 22 EcoSport, no spare at all. Not even a donut. No donut is like poor consumer practices there. That's like that's not good, especially for elderly couple. That's like borderline dangerous to not have a donut. Because if they're driving somewhere far away from anything and they have a flat and they have no donut, nope. Jeez. Have they checked, and I'm not trying to insult anybody's intelligence, have they checked in the back sometimes you have to actually lift, like, for example, my car has like behind the hatch, you lift, open the hatch, and then you actually have to lift kind of like the floor of the hatch, and then underneath there's like a wheel well where the donut sits. But if it's like was advertised like no donut, then yeah, that stinks. I would be like recommending that they legit nothing. Even the dealership confirm. Wow. Dang, check it out. The giant fort is like empty now. Yeah, they need a spare. Obviously a full spare is the best, but even like a donut bought brand new. That's not good, yeah. It's like I live in the desert and man, if I didn't have even a donut, that's like borderline life threatening cuz I'm not always running around with like a gallon of water, even though I should actually keep a gallon of water in my car. Problem is, it gets so hot here that the water would like probably spill out of the container. I had a bottle of dish soap in my car and it went like everywhere. I ended up spending like an hour cleaning off the I have these like rubber mats in the back of my car and dish soap got all over it. Bought brand new, it is Ford. Built Ford tough, no donut. Yeah, that's not good. Is there even a spot to put a donut, or is it like they just didn't expect people to have freaking donut? Just top it up with some ice every morning. Gotta have my ice water. Man, in the summer that ice is so crucial. Like when you get that nice, we have an ice machine at work, and I put it in my like protein shaker with some water after I clean it out, and I'm just like, oh, this is so good. Take it out to the track, it stays cold for like 5 minutes. I'm wondering, I'm gonna pull this guy just to test. He may be like no experience whatsoever given from this guy. Mother's brand new Jeep doesn't have a spare or donut. That's crazy. A Jeep? Jeep, no donut. Is Ford and Jeep made by the same people? Do they sell it as like an add-on or no option at all? Yeah, I could see that. They just want to make more money. Everything is like monetized now. There's probably like a subscription to have a donut. Like you can have this donut, but you got to pay $12.99 a month. It's so funny. My freaking pet ran through the giant fort. Somehow didn't die. Oh, I still got experience. That's good news. Should probably be able to get experience from Greenwoods for another level. But we need words. Oh, I can't go pull just yet. I need more mana. We need words. It is considerably slower now, though. I will say that. Tire subscription from Amazon. It's like somebody was posting on Reddit, and I don't know if it's true or not. I didn't confirm it myself. That BMW for their heated seats, it was a subscription for heated seats. It looks like it was true, but they decided to drop it. Probably because of that Reddit post. But I mean, heated seats, like subscription for heated seats is just, it doesn't even make sense. Because generally when things charge subscriptions, it's because they have to like do some sort of upkeep, like a subscription for an MMO. They have server costs, they have staff that are continuously developing the game. But a subscription for heated seats, like no one is logging into your car to like make sure that your heated seats work. I would hope. I would hope, and if it does require that, like you engineered it wrong, like you did something wrong. Things are over engineered these days too. I will say that we have a light on our helicopter that can move in like all these different directions, whatever, and that's cool, and it's like effective to be able to spotlight in different directions. But one of the guys at work took it apart and he was like, yeah, there's like 4 different circuit cards in this thing and like different motors and stuff. And I was like, yeah, that's just way over engineered for a freaking light. Light costs like $70,000. Over the air subscription for car features. I wouldn't be surprised if that is the future of EVs. I'm sure Tesla's already on it. Tesla literally auto buys tires out of your bank account. That's crazy. The times they are a changin'. Wonder if you can get EQ to play on a Tesla. I mean, it's definitely got the processing power. It's not like it's an advanced game, but it's probably actually too new to the point where it can't run the old architecture or whatever. The x86. You guys have got me Googling all kinds of stuff. Doom on Tesla. Yes, it can run Doom. I can never tell if these are real or not because it'd be really easy to fake a screenshot like that. Somebody has Super Mario World on there. Can you Bluetooth like a controller to your Tesla? I will die on the hill that America's not ready for full EV. I'm on that hill too. The power grid's not there. I don't know. I mean, I haven't researched it myself, but just kind of based off the fact that we have rolling brownouts in places without everybody on full EVs. We need uh we need better power infrastructure. The other thing is, what do they do with all those batteries? Aren't those batteries like a serious hazard when you're done with them? I guess they could just put them in all the landfills with the nuclear waste and the ET Atari games. Dump them in a landfill. Yeah, I've heard that like they're really bad for the environment. Actually, I've read that manufacturing EVs is actually like potentially worse for the environment than like the effects of not having the carbon emissions. I don't know if that's 100% factual or not, but it's something that's worthy of considering. There's also a big thing about ethically sourcing the lithium. Apparently, like some of the places that they mine the lithium are like borderline slavery, like exploiting third world. I mean, no different than anything else. That's like manufacturing in the 20th century and 21st century in a nutshell, actually. Everything was made in Taiwan for a while, now it's made in China. Apparently my fear just does not want to go off. Then he resisted it. Get out of here, dude. Thank goodness. Anyway, if we can't get fiber internet and phone service to every house, we are not majorly not ready for EV. I mean, those are two kind of different infrastructure issues because it's like telecommunications versus power. I think that just the sheer power requirements and like you have to charge it, so there need to be like a lot more charging stations. Right now, everybody's like they're the same electric wise. Like you're saying, power lines and fiber optic lines are the same. I'm gonna try giving this hammer to this pet, but I don't think that's he's taking it. One day a big solar flare will just destroy the whole grid. Yeah, I've kind of everybody should be concerned about that because there's really no like warning for a solar flare. Like it could literally happen right now. Like I could be in the middle of a live stream playing my 24-year-old Elf and Dragon sim and like we could be in the dark ages in like a minute. Unless I build a Faraday cage around my house, but in that case I'll be the only guy with a computer and there still won't be any internet. I guess I could still play Diablo 2. I could still play my Nintendo DS. They shut the internet off to that thing anyway. I was really sad when they shut down the eShop, the Nintendo eShop for the 3DS because the 3DS is like probably my favorite handheld of all time. But I looked into it and there's a way to like hack it or whatever that you can still get everything if you need to. I just haven't been able to spend the money on it yet. Definitely can see the experience slow down though. Oh, 30, I think 30 is like a mini hell level too, though. EV runs on service as a security feature, meaning no service. Oh, is that what you mean? Like, so you need to have, like, internet hookup to utilize the EV? I don't have one, so, like, you gotta, like, log into the thing to unlock it or something? Oh, that's, yeah. I'm just thinking, like, down here in the desert, the cities, um, already have power outages in the summer from everybody running their AC. So now imagine everybody's running their AC in the summer and they're charging their, if every single person had an EV, now they're all charging their EVs at the same time. Like, it's not going to do it. It ain't going to work. Everything on subscription is such a dystopia. Yeah, it is. Things are getting like increasingly creepier by the year. Like the fact that I hadn't put anything in my phone about something, and about a specific topic, and I was just talking to my girlfriend about it, and then I opened up Reddit, and there it was, like an advertisement for that. And I was like, what the heck? Like those cookies, the tracking, it's so creepy. And it's only going to get worse because I'm sure if they haven't already figured it out, they're going to be able to watch like where your eyes go and see like, oh, every time this comes up, their eyes go to this thing. And then they're going to literally advertise to you based off what you look at. It's almost like the Matrix, where like the freaking dudes inside the pods getting pumped full of visions or whatever. That's what I feel like. Reminds me of that movie Time. In Time. I don't. I've never seen that. Throwing his phone out. It's all good. I know what you meant. I don't judge. I don't judge typos. Sometimes when I'm typing like really fast, I'll do the same. I'll do like I would do that if I was typing fast, like put BUI instead of buy, even though I like clearly know the difference between those two words. It's just I'm just going really fast trying to like move on to the next thing or whatever. I'm like the only person in this Sarnak fort. I will take it. I judge him because I have to type a lot every day to keep things running. I've found that as I get older, I typo more, and it like bothers me because like I can tell that I'm aging. Pay with pay for everything with time. Kind of reminds me of there was an episode of Black Mirror like that where you had to like pedal a bicycle for so many minutes to like get time on the social media or whatever. There was something kind of like that. Can't have a phone think out your meanings. Eventually, it'll just link to your brain and it'll type perfectly for you. But it'll also know what to advertise to you because it'll know what you like. Not happening. You're gonna deny the neural implant, and then they're gonna send you to an island. Everybody will ostracize you for being weird. You're such a weirdo. You didn't want the neural implant. Let's see. So I didn't fully dot this guy because I was kind of low on mana and I got resisted right away. Looks like it's gonna work out. People can get the implant all they want. Nothing more is going in my head. I have enough things in there. Well said. I was thinking about going to the mountains this weekend, doing a little running. Probably getting really cold up there though. The mountain down south of me, I went and hiked up it in like June or May, and I found this plaque, and it was about a Boy Scout troop that three of them died on the mountain because there was like a freak snowstorm in November. And my like northerner brain couldn't really comprehend like, well, why were they on the mountain in November to begin with? Because in my head, like November, you're already like deep winter. There's no chance in hell I'm going up this mountain because it's probably like 4 foot of snow up there. But now that I'm thinking about it, like it's November and it's like 90 degrees outside. So I'm like, that makes sense. Like it was probably 90 freaking degrees. They go up the mountain, it's probably beautiful, like 70, 65, 70 degrees, but then all of a sudden this freak snowstorm rolls in and they weren't ready for it, and a bunch of them died. Kind of sad. Of course, it happened like, 60 years ago, and people didn't, like, parental supervision, like, wasn't a thing. Like, I think the oldest person up there was like 16 years old. It was like a 16-year-old Boy Scouts, like, let's go to the mountains, and a bunch of, like, 12-year-old Boy Scouts went with them, and then they all passed away. Yeah, I was like, well, part of me, which not 100% on this, was kind of like, well, shoot, what were they doing up there to begin with? Like, they should have known better. But now that I'm like thinking about it, I'm like, well, I'm out here wearing a tank top in November because it's like 90 degrees. So I could see why that happened. You don't really think snow in Arizona. No resist there. That's good. It's Thursday and it feels like Friday. That's good as well. Dot this guy up. Oh no, I interrupted. Outside the snow on Halloween, there hasn't been any. Yeah, when I was a kid, like we would wear snowsuits. You would always buy your Halloween costume like 2 sizes too big because we'd have to wear snowsuits on Halloween and like snow boots and stuff. Like we'd be out trudging through the snow trying to trick or treat. I feel like there was like some years where you'd like almost not even go because it was just that bad. Fall was like a week. You got like 1 week of fall before it was just ice cold everywhere. That is not a forest loop. For a minute, I was like, is that a forest loop? Not that it. I mean, I guess I could wear it. It's not like it would hurt to wear. It doesn't have intelligence on it, so it's not like it's gonna help. I guess I'm coming up on 20%. Not bad. My girlfriend's never seen snow in real life. Yeah, I imagine the Philippines, it's like probably really rare. I wonder what the tallest mountain in the Philippines is. Mount Apo, 9,692 feet. Not bad. Mount Dulong, 96. Mount Pulag. There's some mountains in the Philippines. I wonder if it even snows on the top though of those mountains, even in winter because of the just where they're at in the world. The Philippines is like, I'm gonna look at it. It's kind of what, just south of the equator, or just north of the equator. Indonesia's like right on the equator. Huh? I've never been south of the equator. I never realized it. There's really not that much south of the equator. Neutral rockets is south of the equator. Time flows backwards there. Like if you were watching neutral rockets right now, he's like walking backwards. There's the whole of Australia. Yeah, I was just looking at it, and like the amount of like landmass that's north versus south looks pretty disproportionate. And then the amount of world population that's north versus south also looks pretty disproportionate, just based off my knowledge of geography and world demographics. I am upside down and struggle to hang on to the planet as it spins. Hang on, neutral rockets. We're pulling for you, Australians. We know you can do it. What's do you know what's like opposite the globe from you? Is there anything like directly opposite of Australia? It's kind of crazy to think there's probably somebody sitting in a desk directly opposite where I'm at right now, and he's probably playing not classic Everquest. How does the that work? The Earth is clearly flat. Yeah, see, somebody finally making sense. I can get along with flat earthers to a degree. Like, at least they're questioning. At least they're critical. They may be very misguided, but so many people go through their lives and never question anything. I'm glad we're all on the same page. Yeah, I mean, look, if you guys look at this, I mean, it's obvious, very obvious that this is flat. Like, I'm not dragging this around. I'm dragging it left and right. That is a very much a flat Earth. I wonder what happens when you put flat Earth into Google Images. Yeah, see, that makes sense. I guess what happens when you hit like right here? Do you just kind of like do a 90-degree like there's another. Oh my gosh. How do you explain like the fact that people sailed from Europe all the way around the world then with this theory? Oh, I guess this one you could say they did this. Oh my gosh. Is that really what they think? That it's like shaped like a freaking blackhead? Earth is shaped like a pimple? They think there's a bubble around it too, huh? I guess that would make sense because you got to leave the atmosphere. Or do they not believe that we ever left the atmosphere? It works like Final Fantasy, yes. You just warp to the other side. You just walk, and then there you are. They actually believe the Earth is, or not the Earth, the universe could be this that same way. That if you continue traveling long enough, you'll end up in the same spot. Obviously, there's no way to test that. The universe is too huge to even try to test it. There's a giant ice wall. It's obviously cold next to space. Good point. Yeah, they're really onto something. We should be praising these forward thinkers. I wonder what the purpose. I'm sure there's like somebody out there that could attempt to explain it. It wouldn't still make sense, but what is the purpose for lying about that? Like what do world governments gain by keeping it a secret that we are on a flat plane versus a round? Like, does it really truly change anything for anybody? From my perspective, it doesn't. Like, people are still paying taxes. They're still probably overworked and underpaid. There's still immense poverty in a majority of the world. What are they hiding? What is beyond the edge? Oh, okay, I see. So it's like, oh, I think I did read that theory that like there's immense natural resources that are beyond the ice wall and they need to keep it a secret so that we can't get those resources and become prosperous or something. I don't know. I do remember reading that. This is a song called Ecuador. That's very perfect for what we've been talking about. Well played, Spotify. Well played. Playing the Ecuador. Yeah, there's like a whole society built around this, isn't there? There's like people that go to conventions and uh they believe it wholeheartedly and then they defend their views like online. I suppose it would make your life more interesting to be a flat earther because you have to literally argue with everyone. It sounds exhausting actually. Mental gymnastics keeps you young. Those people are clearly on substances. Young in the head. Nice, good one. Yeah, that's to me that just sounds like too much to keep up with. I wouldn't be able to do it. Keep getting interrupted. That's probably the weirdest theory that's come out in the last few years, probably since the election, all the theories around the election, which I know we avoid politics here, so I won't speak my mind on that, but I guess they got tired of the conspiracy theories around all the other stuff that went on during like 2016, 2017, so then they had to move on to flat earth. I read some article that they're developing a sleeve that will wrap around your heart to keep it beating forever. That's interesting. I think there's still probably a lot of work to be done on every other organ as well, though. Because even if you kept your heart beating, you would still have to keep your brain from degenerating. You'd have to keep your bones from getting brittle. Which means clearly they didn't pass basic biology. Yeah, exactly. Like the heart, even if the heart is encased, isn't it gonna eventually like just deteriorate? Because like our muscles and our organs just deteriorate after a while. They just don't. They're not designed to stay living tissue forever. But it's really amazing. Life is amazing. I heard one theory that basically life is a natural process that the universe has in order to accelerate the eventual heat death of the universe. So, moving from like a high entropic state to a low entropic state happens faster because of life. And it does make sense. Like all the energy I'm consuming right now, talking to you guys, my metabolism, you know, the computer screen in front of me, it's all consuming energy, or not consuming, because energy is not consumed. It just changes form. So it's all happening quicker, even if in the cosmic scheme of things, it's only increasing the rate at which it happens by a very, very, very minute amount. Yeah, one scientist said basically life could occur anywhere where you have water and you point a light source at it. It will eventually just give out whether something's making it move or not. Yeah, totally agree with you. It's not going to make people immortal. It may help people with heart problems. I don't know. Some scientists are trying to determine if you can transfer your consciousness to a machine. I don't think that's going to work out either. I think it's just kind of part and parcel with being alive. They will no doubt try, for sure. Everybody wants to live forever. Maybe not everybody, but a lot of people do. I mean, more time to play EQ, right? I'd have a level 60 character of every class if I could live forever. Might actually finally get a word to a decent level. Imagine I would have been able to pull that off by now if I actually stuck with EQ instead of transferring games and playing different games, but I'm pretty happy with the gaming that I have done in my gaming life. And I've been able to make time for other things as well, like climbing mountains, exercising, finishing degree. So, but yeah, if I had all that other time, man, that would be great. Meanwhile, there are people just waiting for their time to be up because they don't want to end themselves in case there is they're trapped in the middle. Yeah, there's like some crazy theories out there, and scientists even propose these theories. It's not just like, you know, Joe on the internet who's had too much LSD. Like string theory, where they believe that there's multiple universes. They believe that universes could be born in black holes, so every time a black hole is made, a new universe is made. There's like so many different theories out there. Simulation theory, simulation theory is a cool idea. So essentially, like we could be in a simulation where a machine society generated this simulation to see how they were made by organic life. That one's really neat to me. Like an AI or a machine civilization created a simulation where or to see how organic life got to the point where it could create that AI. Oh man. Thanks AI for giving me neck pain. The AI is like, you gave it to yourself, man. Singularity. There's a scientist out there that said, he's like a cosmologist, said that every time we get closer to understanding the rules of the universe, it appears to the observer that the universe is like making it up as it goes. Like every time you get to close to understanding something, a new thing comes in that almost appears as if the universe is just like throwing another curveball at people. I think that's just perception bias myself. If we ever get to the point where we can simulate reality, you have to question whether it's already happened. Yeah, that's a crazy one. That's kind of the idea behind the ancestor simulation, is like, how did this already occur? And then the ancestor simulation also helps to solve the what's called the Fermi paradox. And the Fermi paradox is basically a scientist observed that there's so many opportunities for life to arise in the universe. How have we not encountered any other life in the universe? Essentially, he said, "Where is everybody?" That's the Fermi paradox. The scientists were working on something. They went to lunch. They sat down at the table, and Fermi just looks at the other guy and he goes, "Where is everybody?" Like there's 2 trillion. They estimate 2 trillion galaxies. Somebody whispered to me and said B3 is opening up. Actually, I'm gonna go to B3. We're gonna wreck B3 with these new spells. We're gonna try to keep. Ooh, that's worth some money. Straw spun belt. We're gonna try to keep my pet alive on the journey to B3. And I need to get NParse maps up so I can see where the hell I'm at. So, what was I saying? 2 trillion galaxies, 400 billion stars per galaxy, right? The Goblin Spirit Crawler about. Need to watch out for him. So, how is it that we haven't encountered another civilization? Then the other question to ask is, we naturally see how organic life can lend itself to artificial intelligence. We're already seeing it. How have we not seen evidence of a like massive artificial intelligence simulation just harvesting the resources of the universe? Because there's theories out there that an advanced enough civilization can literally put like a box around a star and harvest the energy from that star. And that's something that would be pretty obvious to see. Uh-oh. Our pet is getting attacked, so we're going to do this. I want to get to B3, so I'm kind of stressing because I don't want it to get taken. Iksar Manslayer. How is he a manslayer? There's no men out here. I do agree with you, Neutral Rockets. It takes billions of years to evolve intelligent life, and it only survives for like 200 years before self-annihilating. That is a very plausible explanation. Like, we've come close to self-annihilation at least once, probably more than we know about because it's probably classified. I know there's reports of submarines during the Cold War running into each other in a place where essentially if the submarine commanders were to go to the surface and report it, it would have like started a nuclear war. Because it was a Russian and an American submarine, and they like ran into each other in a very contested place. And essentially what happened was the submarine commanders both just saw each other and just turned around and went away because they knew the implications of reporting that incident. Maybe they see our internet search history and avoid it at all costs to say, you mean to save their buttholes? Yeah, some people postulate that they know that we're either two. There's the zoo hypothesis where it's like we're not advanced enough for them to even talk to, so they may come back and check it out later, but they're not like they know they can't gain anything from contact with us. There's also the zoo hypothesis where kind of like the North Sentinel Island in India, where essentially like the government is protecting these people because they are like living in an alternate reality at this point, and it would just be like devastating to them to even have contact with the outside world. All right, we are at B3. Yes. We don't have a pet, but that's okay. Although now we can't I don't think we can con a pet and actually tell that it's the right level. So we're just going to kind of roll with whatever pet, but honestly with our new dot spells, I don't think having that pet is going to be like a max level pet is even going to be that big of a deal. Like it helps, but is it really like how helpful is it? We'll try for a minute to roll one, but I'm not gonna like completely stop the experience just for rolling a high level pet. It could easily be that there is life all over the place, just not at the same time. Yep, that's a good one. People want to stick their junk in a dragon. Yeah, life could have already evolved and then ran out of resources and died before they got like to an interstellar, like what do they call them, like type 5 or whatever civilization. It's kind of like time travel. People say like if time travel was possible, we'd have met a time traveler by now. Those poor aliens. All right, we got B3. It's Thursday night. It's 10 p.m. for me. I have at least an hour, maybe more. Depends on how tired I want to be when I go take my car to get worked on tomorrow. And these guys don't social, so once I get the camp broken, it should be nice and easy. We'll have to do some fine tuning on like how many dots do I put on each one. We'll work all that out though. Yeah, I think this is the stuff I think about when I'm like getting ready for bed and in my mind is just like blown. Like how really how crazy like being alive, like being conscious is and experiencing this universe and like where did it come from? How is it here? Like it's pretty awesome stuff. Whatever it is, I'm grateful for it. Mars by 2030. Uh my bet is on no because um okay, let's say colony on Mars or landing on Mars. I almost feel like both are like really tough because like if you land on Mars, the expectation is you're gonna be able to get back, right? And it's like a 4 year journey or something like that. And how do you like get there, do something, and then come back? There's gonna be some brave ass people that are gonna go try to do that. Like that is so freaking brave to be like, you know what, I'm going to freaking Mars. Like, and you need to like approach it as if it's a one-way trip. And if you get back, that's a bonus. That's kind of how I say, like, if I ever go to climb Mount Everest, I'm going to treat it as a one way trip. And if I make it back down, great. But if not, like, I knew this was, like, going to be dangerous. Okay, we are going to. We need to buff our pet first. Then we're going to pull him way back. Because I don't want him running out in there. Doubtful 24. Yeah, I'm with Skyless. Like, I think 2030 is just so close. And we're just, like, we don't fund these programs like we probably should to be able to make it happen. This is great music for this discussion. I love this song. I don't even know like what are the stepping stones to making it to Mars. Like what boxes do we need to check still? Do you know neutral rockets? You have a great name for this discussion as well. Not not by design. Yeah, we're gonna run him like way back. These guys are lower level now, so I mean they're blues, so that's good. But I'm not gonna do a full complement of dots on each one to try to conserve some mana to get them broken. And ideally we make some money here. I can dump some of this other stuff. One thing that might be an issue is I'm actually running out of water. I should have bought water while I was there. Haven't been following the progress, but I think the theory is known about how they will get fuel to be able to get back. You know what? I'll do some YouTube sleuthing. I'll watch, like, there's probably a dozen videos out there that cover this subject in, like, really in depth and just see what they say. The sad thing is, like, obviously getting to Mars is the first step. Ooh, we're off to a good start. Topaz. Getting to Mars is the first step, but, like, our solar system, it's like, there's, like, nothing interesting here, really. Like, it's interesting, but I don't know. Like, we're not going to find life, most likely. If we do, it's going to be very, like, basic. Think they're doing a moon base first. That makes sense. Like the amount of energy that it takes to escape Earth's gravity is so immense. Like it would be better to have a base that you could run supplies from without having to burn 200,000 gallons of rocket fuel. I don't know how many gallons it takes. I'm just throwing numbers out there. Hopefully, I sound smart. Do I sound smart? I don't care if I sound smart. Then in a few generations, they want to be their own entity and begin the lunar wars. Wasn't that on Futurama? Or was it like the moon was a theme park? Or I can't remember. There was something about the moon on Futurama. The Expanse is a great series. I'll have to check that out. Yeah, like just exploring our solar system is great, but like I don't know, we've got so far to go. The universe is so vast. What's up, babe? Yeah, can you give me like 4 or 5 minutes? Martians, Earth, and the outer belts all at war. That sounds like BattleTech lore. Like there is like the inner perimeter, the periphery, and it's like the states across the galaxy all warring. The clans go all the way from the periphery all the way to Earth. The Terran hegemony. Just talking about watching anime with space travel, it's always a common theme. Ah, I get it. These guys go down really fast, but they're not given a whole lot of experience. TV series is great too. Recommend the books if you're into sci-fi. I read a sci-fi book a few years ago that was, well, it's been a long time now. It was kind of like low sci-fi. It was basically very grounded in the science versus the fiction. It was like realistic sci-fi. It was really good. They were like on a colony outside, like on a space station outside of Jupiter or something like that. I thought it was really cool. Dang, he's beating my pet up good. All right, now we can just like park in here. And ideally, we just keep him feared. I remember reading a sci-fi book once. The library worker looked at me and said I wasn't smart enough to understand it. Thanks, library worker. You're not smart enough to work at a library. Yeah, hopefully we kill this guy before the next one pops. We're going to see if our mana is sufficient to hold down B3. I didn't want to have to fear there, but I don't want my pet to take too much damage. Let's see, what is a good spot that I can take that librarian? Yeah. What a jerk librarian. Dang, 1 platinum splits on this. I think this is the spot to park right here. We'll be able to see them all pop. And then hopefully we get our mana back in time to actually hold this down. This might be a little bit of a test. This is a test to see how mana efficient I can be. I'm looking at Leech, and Leech is 144 mana. Boil Blood is 150. I don't remember which one does more. Level 29. Vampiric Curse is 21 damage for 9 ticks. Fuming Darkness is 20 damage for 15 ticks. But this is good that we're getting some time to med here. Hopefully I broke them up decently well. I think I may have broken them up a little bit too closely, honestly. Probably could have waited about 30 more seconds between pulls. But it's looking like we're going to get to pretty close to full mana before the first one pops. It should be the one over here. And in anticipation of that, we're going to buff our pet now. And this is why everybody likes B3, because you can do all 3 of them. If you're able to do all 3 of them, you get more experience, more platinum. Alright, there's the Skulking Brute. We're at 90% mana, so not bad. It's a lovely day. The internet went out. Yeah, I feel like if I cast the Leech spell in addition to the 2 dots, they are going to die faster, but I'm worried that I won't have the mana to keep pulling. But we got the camp. That's the hard part. Oh man, I gotta keep on top of these fears a little bit better. Might be something where I loot once they're all dead. Get him down, Zabaner. Yeah, we're not even gonna bother looting just yet. That way we can make sure we have mana for the next one, and I may be able to wait. I may wait just a little bit between pulls. Actually, I don't know because it's I was at 90 mana whenever he pops. So, well, the internet's being funky. I'm just going to eat something and call it a day. Have a good night, Skyless Raven. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being part of the Democracy. Yeah, this might actually be a challenge to keep him held down because, oh my gosh, my pet's getting beat up on. Wondering if maybe the 3 dot is the way. Could take a little bit to fine tune this. But yeah, now I'm down to 16 mana. Trying to keep Zabaner from biting the dust here. And maybe something where we don't camp inside the room itself and we just do the whole running back camp, like running back. That way I don't aggro. Loot him. Ooh, flame agate. Those are worth some money. Yeah, because I'm at 30 mana and this guy's probably going to pop here very shortly. I feel like I haven't even seen the bar move at all on this. So on one hand, I want the money from it, but on the other hand, I don't know if experience-wise how worth it is to do. Might be here a while before I get level. Yeah, he's up. I'm at 50 mana. I don't want to pull just yet. Need that new Lich spell. Luckily, they don't social, so it really doesn't matter. Breaking the camp isn't that big of a deal. Doesn't have to be broken. Yeah, I'm going to have to wait till at least 80 mana, and he's been up for a good 30 seconds. So we have reached the upper limits of the mana pool's capabilities here. So as much as it pains me to do this, run. Oh, I didn't buff my pet. I'm going to have to do the whole run back. Oh, I keep line of sighted me. I'm also wondering if maybe I'm not getting experience because I'm not doing enough damage. Thanks for bashing him, pet. Save me from getting hit. Fear already wore off. The money could pay off, though. Yeah, look at this money. Mithril earring, that's probably 3 plat. The flame agate I got was 7 plat. Yeah, the bar has moved like next to none. Good money, bad experience. Very rarely do you get both, right? SK Treants, that's probably like, that's the camp. You get money and experience. And it's in Antonica where mobs have like 2/3 less HP or however many 1/3 less HP than they do in Kunark. But we all knew it was going to be a grind, didn't we? EQ and grinding go together like peanut butter and jelly. Yeah, we've hit a point where the Lure of Death spell, this guy right here, is not really cutting it anymore, and I think the next one is level 34. Yep, Call of Bones. So at 34, I do get a new Lich spell, so that'll help the mana regen. I'm gonna have to suffer through 4 more levels with Allure of Death. Let's give Zabaner a buff here so he does a little bit more damage. He's gonna ping pong around the walls on his Sphere. Donkey Kong ping ponging against the walls. The good thing is, even if he fears all the way back there, as long as I bring my pet back, there's not going to be any negative repercussions. Give me the loot. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that bar is like not moved. I don't know how people do it then. I've seen people that have leveled like in this spot from like 22 all the way to 30. Dang, there's like nobody in Fill the Bone. Warsliks, there's 4 of us. That's probably the least amount of people I've seen here. It's gotta be nice being neutral rockets, being out there in Australia where it's like nighttime when probably most of the people are offline. You're able to play. I played Rust, which is like a survival game, and it's kind of like competing for resources, and you're trying to always find like more stone and more gunpowder. It's empty. It's a little sad. That's true. If you want a group, it'd be perfect for me. Bad for you. Um, I used to play at like midnight, and I would love it because I was on a like a swing shift, like a night shift schedule. So there was like nobody, and I could build like huge bases because I had tons of resources. The other day, EC was completely empty. I think so. P99 is not as healthy as it used to be. We'll see if Quorum like is Quorum the new thing or is Quorum gonna end up tanking? That's kind of what I'm watching. But yeah, P99 is not what it used to be for sure. It's kind of sad. I had hit a point where I just believed like it's kind of like a grandparent, like you just think they're always gonna be there. But unfortunately, I don't think that's the case. You were the only one in the tunnel. That's nuts. And that was on green? Or are you on blue? I forgot. No, you're on green. Yeah, that's crazy. I've read some feedback from Quorum. It's quirky and not really classic. Puts me off. Yeah, like I'm just on a pass. Like I've already made up my mind because Season of Discovery comes out later this month, so I'm gonna do this till Season of Discovery, and then I'll probably split my time between this and WoW. But I'm like just not gonna do Quorum. Like that's where I'm at. P99 remains the best classic. Yeah, I agree. I say that having not played Quorum, and it could just be it's fresh, right? Like it's not even like people are putting their kind of like laying their judgments to rest because it's fresh, and they just want to do something fresh. So P99 could be smart and just wait till Quorum kind of settles down, wait till maybe like TLPs are are through their kind of initial wave, and then they go and drop a new fresh P99. Because like green is pretty old now too. It's what 3 4 years old. They definitely have the foundation on P99 to like continue to re-release servers, and they will be popular. Many years of dev behind P99. Quorum will be buggy for a while. Yeah, that's just the virtue of like P99's been in development since 2009 at least, maybe even earlier. I started playing in 2009. They did the beta in 2009. Who knows? Maybe they started like 07, 08. The thing I love about P99 is it's like essentially a retail experience. Like I would pay money for this. P99 does a new server. I would love that. I would probably roll. I wouldn't do solo self found. I would just do like something new. I didn't do green when it was fresh. I did blue when it was fresh, but it was different because blue was essentially still in beta even when it was fresh. So you gonna just like teleport on top of me? Yes, he is. I would pay money for this, and then the mob teleports on top of me. Eat your words, Mr. Best Friend. But yeah, I mean overall P99 is still like really quality. It's really good. And who knows, maybe that was in retail as well. Like mob pathing was always weird in retail. Probably worse. We kind of hit a point where like some of these private servers are actually better experiences than they were whenever the game came out, which is kind of funny to think. Let's see if P99 did a fresh server, what would I roll first? Probably Enchanter. Enchanters are so good. They're so much fun. Then again, I could go completely like I don't know. Necro is kind of growing on me, honestly. Just that ability to like truly. Well, you can solo on Enchanter too. I will always go Necro. I never played Necro until P99. I mean, I think I had like a level 5 Necro or something on actual old EQ, but never like took a Necro past that. Okay, we've gotten one full blue from this, so that's like I think 3 full rounds of spawns to get one blue. Pretty pretty much a money camp with the added bonus that you get a little bit of experience, which is crazy because these guys they're all blue. We can do a little experiment here because I can see now where we're at on this bar. I can see if I do a third dot, will that make it so I get more experience? Because I'm casually wondering if my pet is out damaging me. This is down near entrance actually. Down near entrance is right next to the where I'm at right now. Oh, you mean go inside down there and try it? I will try that. Maybe not tonight. I can camp here and try it tomorrow. But because I have this camp, I'm gonna go ahead and take advantage to make a little bit of money because you can make pretty good money here. And I've been waiting to get this camp for a few days. Oh yeah, we were gonna do the third dot here, which is good because I need some health anyway. The thing that scares me about down near entrance is you there's a lot of like pathing mobs if I remember right. Like there's a bunch of those little nibblers or whatever. I think what I would do is go into down there, try to find as safe a spot as I can find, and then maybe just go full like nuke strat, like I was doing on Sarnax, where I just pull and just nuke. Pull, nuke, and pray. Yeah, because this money is good. That's another topaz. That's like, I think topazes are 9 plat, somewhere upwards of 9 plat. Yeah, since I have this camp, I'm just gonna stick it out because the research costs are what's on my mind right now. Level 34, I'm gonna need to research the pet. I think I actually have the words, thank goodness, to research that pet. But what I'm wondering now is, do I have the plat to train my research and buy pet and buy the spells that aren't research? It would be really nice to have an actual level, like appropriately leveled pet not a green, you could probably win this fight. That's probably been the worst part of this whole solo self-found is the research. Because I can only imagine, I'll bet if I had a appropriately leveled pet, I could hold all three of these because that pet would be doing that much more damage. Did you find a spot neutral rockets to go at level 30? I know you said you had tried down there and it was like scary. Gonna attempt down there. See, part of me wishes I wasn't a solo self-found. I'd be like, let's go duo necro down near. That would be kind of cool to do. Duo necros can do some fun stuff because you can heal each other, you can give mana to each other, you can heal each other's pets. Planning on doing some of the Shadowbound quests once you hit 29. Yeah, those are a good diversion. Like the Solusek Row class quests are a lot of fun to do, and they're actually like the ones that I did on my enchanter weren't impossible to do solo. I think I did most all of them solo actually. They require some dungeon crawling, or the ones on the enchanter did. There was a handful of I think items in Guck. I'm trying to remember where else I had to go. Najina, I think. Seeing videos of them being done. Some of the Guck items look rough. I'm gonna look that up. Yeah, Guck is just like a train city. It's kind of tough. Mistmore, complete the Solusek flower. Unrest. Like Unrest basement or like just regular Unrest? Because you have Invis versus Undead. And you have regular Invis. Some of the mushrooms and Unrest in the basement. Yeah, basement's scary. Unrest basement is the stuff that nightmares are made of. I've only been in a group down there like once, and I couldn't imagine going down there solo. How dare you bash me for 2 damage? I died on my druid in blue on the mushrooms in Guck, even though they were like 20 levels lower than me. On stream, no less. It was embarrassing. And it was just because I ended up with like 6 of them on me and I ran out of mana and I couldn't kill the last one. And he had like, at one point, he had like 20% health. But because I couldn't kill him, he was a caster mob. He started healing himself, and I'm like, no. Ooh, another topaz. Nice. game is like throwing topazes at me. And honestly, the experience isn't terrible. I got another blue, so it's like 1 blue per 6 kills or so. I like that the stuff stacks too, like the topazes stack, the flame agates, that's nice. Nearly died going to catacombs under the Kern's basement. Were you on stream when I went down there? I went down there looking for spell research words. I didn't die, I didn't die. I just accidentally zoned out and it was like, alright, I'm not going back. Nope, missed it. Yeah, I went down there. I was way higher level than everything, so it really wasn't an issue. But then, as I was walking around trying to figure out, kind of get the lay of the land, I ended up walking out of the zone, and it just pops you up like back at Kern's entrance, and I was like, oh, that stinks. I can't see him. How could I not see him? He was right there. What the heck is going on? Okay, I take back what I said about this being a retail experience. He popped up on top of me doing the swimming animation. Oh yeah, you're KOS to Badgers. Never mind. I would never go down there KOS to Badgers. That is like instant death. Yeah. Couldn't even get a pet out. Did you end up like? Did you feign or how? Did you? You said you nearly died, so you must have pulled some sort of technical wizardry off to get out of there. Had to feign and mem gate, then feign again. Did you cast gate through being beat on, like you were being beat on and managed to get a gate out? Because that's pretty impressive. Managed to get the gate out. Good show of Necromancer competency there. That's one thing that I love about this game. You don't get that in newer MMOs as well, is that kind of the slower, methodical, like problem solving. You have enough tools at your disposal and time to like really think through problems and get yourself out of a bad situation. And then on the flip side of that, the reason why the problem solving is so important is not just because you're gonna like die and go back to a graveyard and have to pay 2 gold to repair your gear. You're actually gonna die in a really shitty spot that's gonna take you like an hour to figure out how to get your body out of. And you're gonna lose experience, but also like the corpse recovery process is gonna be that much worse. And that negative consequence of death makes that catacombs area of the game have like infinitely more depth than anywhere in World of Warcraft. Like suddenly that basement of that tower becomes this like very dangerous, very difficult spot that in World of Warcraft you're like, I'll just talk to a spirit healer and resurrect myself there and deal with the 5 minute res sickness, right? CR is like a boss level. Yeah, like your game world becomes more real, more immersive when you have an actual death penalty. That's why it was funny. Nathan Napalm, one of the YouTubers I watch, he was talking about EQ3, and he's like, EQ3 needs to have a death penalty. Like, it needs to have, like, actual negative consequences on death. Because it doesn't just add to the gameplay of, like, the dynamics of dying in a fight, it adds to the actual depth of the world. No one wants to deal with a corpse run. We're just going to need to do the dot here. That way we don't get the swimming animation craziness. Trying to kind of fine tune this. Maybe run to like right here. We're going to figure this out. It's all about efficiency. Working it down to a science. Like I'm already thinking, what is the optimal amount of mana I need to have to pull the next mob? I'm thinking it's 70. So the closer I can get to 70 during the fight, the better. And a lot of that is dependent on how well Zabaner does damage. Like there, I wouldn't have had to fear if Zabaner had gotten him to 15%. See what we got from you. Ooh, wow. Flame agate and a silver amulet. My lucky day. We're making some money in here. And we're getting a little bit of experience. Just a little bit. I wonder why they're called skulking brutes. Like what are they skulking about? I like how they give you a magician clicky just for reclaim energy because they know that they have to sit there and resummon pets. Like really? I'm looking at some of these other Temple of Solusek row quests just to see like what else is out there. This is like a really big update. Wonder when it came out. Must have been, I think it was during Kunark. I'm like not paying attention to my manas all the way back. It's a good thing these guys don't social. It makes this pretty chill. Ooh, he just resisted though. That's not good. And bashed. Ugh. Gotta go. Thank you for the stream. No problem. Thank you, Neutral Rockets. Appreciate you being here. Have a good day or night. I guess for you it's oh no, it's day. Yep. Have a good day. I think I'm not far behind you. Very quiet in the Warslik's woods. It's funny, you always get the good camps late at night and you're like, yeah, but now I need to go to bed. It's like when I used to play Final Fantasy 11. I would always get a group at like 1 a.m. and I'm like, I need to go to bed. I've got school tomorrow. And I end up staying up till like 3, 4 a.m. because you're like, I'm actually getting experience finally. Final Fantasy XI was one of those games where you like couldn't get experience without grouping. Like there was no solo game in that game. Inventory is getting full too. There we go. We made a slot there. We could get rid of some of these berries. I don't need all this. Dude, that's where all my weight is. Berries. I think I need that for brewing though. If I remember right. Bar is slightly up. I've got about 25 plat and gold. I was kind of hoping for words for the level 24, what was it? Shadow Sight spell. These guys should be right in that level range where they drop level 24 word research components. But their loot table seems to be full of, you know, these pieces of jewelry and gems, which is why they're such a popular place to go. Doing that thing again. Walking through the walls. Ooh, my hands are getting sweaty. I don't know why. It's weird because I have the next 3 days off, but I have so much stuff to do that I'm kind of like, I don't feel like it's the weekend. Jade earring. I wonder how much that's worth. Part of me is like, there's like a little voice in my head that's like, just stay here. Just stay here and camp these brutes until you get to level 31. Stay up all night. You don't like responsibility. That's dumb. Zabaner doesn't like responsibility either. And I really need to decide, am I going to go to level 50 or am I going to go to level 60 on this? Do I get to 50 and then be like, you know what? I have to get to 60. It's only 10 more levels. I need to look it up. I think level 30 is a hell level. Oh, it's just the first level where it's 1.1. Oh no, it is a hell level. Oh, that's probably why everything seems like it's taken forever. It's a hell level. You're just gonna have to settle in and deal with it. 30 is a hell level, 35 is a hell level, 40 is a hell level. 45, and then 50, and then every level past 50 is a hell level. 54 and 59 are double hell levels. And one of these forum posts says that 59 is a triple hell level. It shows that every level from 51 to 53 is a hell level. Every level from 58 is a double hell level. And 59 is a triple. Interesting. I don't even know where would I do 59 at on this guy. Chardock? There's no shortage of high level zones to do. Oh my gosh. I wonder if there's a way to disable that auto ducking. So being that this is a hell level, I could just make a lot of money. It doesn't really seem like a hell level though. I got like 20% in an hour over at Giants. It's just these guys are not very good experience. I can't believe I've been streaming for 4 hours. Wow. Really the only reason I'm still streaming is just to keep this up for historic purposes. I don't think anybody's actually in here watching from what I've seen. Yeah, there's nobody watching. But just strictly because they get uploaded to YouTube later. One day maybe I'll go back and relive my journey through this. Although it's kind of painful, so maybe I don't want to do that. I know there's at least a few people that are watching on YouTube from time to time. They're not always watching the whole video, but that's cool. Hello, YouTube viewers. Thanks for watching. If you enjoy the stream, check me out live. Or if you enjoy the YouTube content, check me out live on stream sometime. Can't see my target because he's boarding through the wall. I remember 35 being particularly bad on my Iksar Necromancer or Iksar Shadow Knight because that was back when the experience penalties were in. So it's like 35 was like a hell level, and then the Iksar Shadow Knight had like a 70% experience penalty. The whole thing was just like super painful and took like way too long to do. But I do remember I did it on SK Treants, and I remember making quite a bit of money. Or what seemed like a lot of money for me at the time. In retrospect, is probably not that much money. This guy tries to take my camp, but he might not know I'm actually recording this, and I will. Sure, we'll work it out. He's probably just logging in, and he's probably camping back out as he's just checking. He could have multiple alts, and he's just checking different camps. Yep. That's smart. You park it here, you log in. Nope, it's camped. That guy EQs. He's probably already logging in on another character at another good camp. Little does he know I should have told him I'm leaving in a few minutes. I don't think I have the endurance to do another hour of this. I'm already at 4 hours tonight. Why is he not coming back? There we go. Now you can fight him, Zabaner. Sucks because I'm like, I want to go to bed. I'm tired, but like I actually have the camp I want and the money making ability that I want. That's the EQ real life tug of war. Probably the worst thing I've ever seen was a Reddit post where a guy like literally played EQ all the way through Thanksgiving weekend at his in-laws on his laptop because he got the J Boots camp. I'm like, dude, your wife's gonna leave you. Like, that'd just be so hard for me to justify to my family. Like, sorry, I waited 3 weeks to get this camp. I have to do this. Yeah, look, as soon as I'm about to log off it, the game throws a flame agate at me, which is like a 7 plat item. And it's so funny to me how I play this game for like hours on end doing the same thing over and over. You figure I would get bored, but for some reason it just doesn't. I don't get bored. It's such a like addictive gameplay cycle for such an old game. They really did nail it. They nailed it like perfectly. The slower pace, you don't get it in newer MMOs. You're constantly moving in MMOs. You're constantly like on the go. What's next? What's next? What's next? And in EQ, it's like find a spot, park there. It's definitely a second monitor type gameplay where you can like have a movie going and just grind. The only other game that I can think of that has something similar is old school RuneScape. I think I'm gonna have to call it after this mob. Next, one more mob. We put like shock of poison on here and just blow the crap out of them. Just completely nuke him. I've actually got these split up pretty good now. We're not doing it. I was about to be like, I got them split up. We're gonna friggin' park inside here. Good job on the bash, Zabaner. I don't know why I did that second dot. There was no reason for it. He's about to just get nuked. Probably save a little bit of mana for fear. Like one more fear. We don't even need it actually. Maybe that's the trick. Instead of the dot, you do like 2 nukes. Like a snare, a fear, and 2 nukes, and then med. Loot. Ooh, yeah, nice. Ivory. Alright, it's time to gate. Gate. Sell. Drop off words. Convert some money. I love it. I love the instant gate when you gate to the same place inside your, or the same zone that you're already inside. And as soon as we're done, we can just gate right back. So the trick to getting the camp that you want is stay up till midnight. The server's dead and there's nobody camping the mobs that you want to camp. That's pretty hopeful. Overall, pretty good experience tonight, though. Pretty good. We need to go this way. Pretty good progress. Got from 29 to 30. Dug into 30 a little bit, which is a hell level technically. Probably made over 100 plat, which is going to be crucial when I start to research or train research even more. Hopefully get that level 39 or 34 pet knocked out at level 34. And I can go camp some gear and down near. Start getting out of these junk raw silk armor pieces that I've been holding on to for way too long. Clock Sweetsea sells water. So we definitely need that. Let's see, 2 plat, 4 plat, 1 plat, 7 gold, 1 gold, ew, 9 gold, ew. Flame agates, 3 of them, 7 plat apiece. Ivories, 3 of them, 6 plat apiece. Mithril earring is 3 plat, the jade is 3. These are all words that I need. Saren's grimoire I don't need. Jasper's I don't need. Straw spun belt. Before I vendor this, it's an AC10 belt. So it's like an upgrade for AC, but it weighs 6 pounds. I'd rather have the 12 plat. Topazes are 4 apiece. I thought they were 7. Look at that. Made some money tonight. Imagine if I had had that camp all night. Yeah, up to 580 plat. Words of the Suffering. Already have 2 of those. That's great. Words of the Dark Paths. Now have 2 of those. Words of Purification. That one I don't think I have yet. Words of Motion. I do have some of those. Got 3 of those. Words of Khazak Thul. Definitely got a bunch of that. I got 4 of those. Words of quivering. I don't think I have any of those. And then for my level 34 pet, which is Invoke Shadow, I need Words of Suffering, Dark Paths, and Haunting. Yeah, I actually have all the words for my level 34 pet. So that is really good to see. So I only have to suffer through this level 20 pet for a little bit longer. And it is time for me to sign off.